Just a little housekeeping.
Check, check, check.
Little housekeeping for everyone. We do have mics around the table. As you can see, we are recording. We're not live streaming, but we will post this up in our regular communication channels after the meeting. The sound is being fed right into the camera, and of course it's available to help you hear. You may want to pull the mic a little closer to you when you're speaking, but they pick up really well. You don't have to speak directly into it, but we do ask that you get as close as you can so we can record it for record keeping.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for coming out today, for making the trek to Florida. I'm sorry.
It's not that far.
I was speaking at an event last night, and it was really great to tell people some of the things that we have accomplished over the last few years. And today is a continuation of that. And I think what's notable about this board and this staff is that we look for the good and the bad, and we're all about solutions. So that is what the next 2 days are about. We have robust conversation about said solutions, and we laugh, and that's important.
Joy.
So, welcome to our Strategic Direction and Alignment Resource Stewardship.
It's a mouthful.
I know, right?
Or SDARS.
That's right, SDARS.
Those are the acronyms.
That's gonna confuse me.
Let's get started. No one hold back over the next 2 days, and let's do it.
We're still trying to leave by 3.
Yes.
Yes,
hold back a little.
we will certainly make up for time, and I am also very excited to be here today and to have everyone at the table. Retreats give us an opportunity to dive deeper into conversations, to certainly give us guidance, the team, around how we move forward. And it's important because as a board, as a governance board, you all are helping us set direction for the future of our students in our school district. And really that is the kickoff point as I invite Dr. Taylor to open up our retreat with a discussion about our strategic plan. It has been a very robust and rigorous process that launched well, actually it launched last spring, if you really want to know the truth about it, and is an ongoing process, but we are at a really good place at this point. We have had many stakeholders, and she'll get into specific data, give us a lot of feedback, and the feedback will give us indications and give you all validation around things that we can be proud of. But at the same time, that feedback is giving us a very clear call to action on how our stakeholders feel like we need to move forward. And in that feedback, it's clear to me that there's a readiness for bold transformation with academic excellence being our baseline experience. So with that said, I will pass it over to Dr. Stacy Taylor, who will be giving us our presentation on the strategic plan.
Good morning.
Morning.
So want to just jump right in and kind of level set around today, and the superintendent has teed me up very well for this, but today is really around refinement. This is not a final plan. However, it is a very strong draft, and your feedback is critical in shaping what ultimately comes forward for your approval. What I want this to feel like is a conversation, hence the reason that I'm sitting. I'll walk you through where we are, how we got there, and what we're proposing. As I walk you through, I want to encourage and invite you to stop, ask questions, and push on anything that you think needs to be amplified or anything that might be missing. Before we start, as we typically do, I'd like to ground us in how the strategic plan is developed and implemented, highlighting the shared work between the board and the administration. And I also want to call out where there are distinct responsibilities for both the board and the administration. The board and administration work together to align on what the strategic priorities are, so we work together to really determine what matters most over the next 5 years. And the board's role is governance, setting the direction and defining the guardrails. From there, the administration operationalizes the work through developing strategies and tactics that bring the plan to life and ensure that it's executed effectively. The last time we were together for a retreat, you may recall that the superintendent introduced this concept of big rocks, and that is what you'll see on the screen before you. The big rocks are priority areas that anchored our work for 2026, and I want to briefly bring us back to those priorities because they're important in the context of where we are now. The big rocks have not only guided the work for this year, but in many cases have laid the foundation and created the readiness for what will come next in the new plan. They represent early moves around strengthening our systems, building capacity, and addressing key areas that must be in place in order for us to execute on longer-term strategies. With that in mind, I'd like to take a few minutes to update you on where we are in terms of progress around those big rocks. This slide provides a high-level snapshot of implementation across the big rocks. What you'll see is that the majority of the work is actively in progress. We have some early completions and a small number of items that have not yet started. This is consistent with where we expect to be at this point in the year. A few things that I want to highlight is we're seeing strong momentum in the areas of technology integration with the work that we're doing around Munis, talent, and also improving school-based conditions. There are multiple initiatives underway simultaneously. In finance and stewardship, the work has been more foundational and focused on building structures and processes that will support stronger decision-making as we move forward. Across safety and facilities, there's steady progress with several key efforts moving forward, while others are dependent on external factors and timing. As we move into the strategic plan conversation, the progress that we've made with the big rocks really position us to build on the momentum from this year so that as we go into the new strategic plan, we aren't starting from scratch. Here, quick reminder of our process. This slide just shows that we have completed our stakeholder engagement, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but this is the whole approach that we've taken to planning. And right now, what I'd like to do is give you an opportunity to take a look at a video that overviews our stakeholder engagement. Okay, give us 1 second, we'll adjust the volume for you.
Every day is the Benham Title County Public Schools. Something important is happening. Every day is the Benham Title County Public Schools. Something important is happening. Students are exploring. Teachers are collaborating. Families are supporting, trusting, and hoping. And together, we're shaping that future. This year, we choose what that future is going to be. Thousands of voices have helped shape this next chapter. Through a survey, focus groups, interviews, and a forum, we've heard from 2,000 staff, 2,000 students, and 700 families and community members.
We will learn to be meaningful.
Clear communication matters.
We need alignment and focus.
We want to know that you care about our well-being.
Well-being matters for adults too.
We want our children
and our community to succeed.
Thank you immensely for sharing your feedback and perspectives as we develop our strategic plan. We heard you, and as we close out, your perspectives will be used to shape the future of Savannah-Chatham County Public Schools together.
So that just gives you a bit of an overview. That just gives you a bit of an overview in the process, and it also teases a bit of what we heard. I'll take a moment during this conversation to go deeper into the feedback that we heard. One thing I'll point out is as you look across stakeholder engagements, we conducted 50 interviews, 20 focus groups. We had 4,588 survey responses. We had the opportunity to participate with community in 4 different occasions, and then we hosted 1 community forum. One thing that's important to note as we think about the engagement, not only for creation of the strategic plan, but as we operationalize or execute on the plan, is that we participated in a process in which we gathered input from students, staff, family, and the community. We are finishing up our synthesis, and we plan to report out what we heard and use what we heard to refine the plan moving forward. This is important because we're not only doing this process with the creation of the plan, but as we execute the plan, we'll continue to engage in opportunities where we're listening, reporting back, and then sharing out what actions we're doing in response to what we heard. Now let's talk a little bit about what we actually heard. The superintendent, again, has mentioned some of these things, but I'll go a little bit deeper. What you'll see on this slide is it summarizes what we heard via interviews, focus groups, and the survey data. Across all inputs, there were a few things that were consistent and themes emerged. There was a desire for a strong focus on achieving instructional excellence. There also was lots of feedback around creating an optimal student experience, as well as focusing on wellness for both students and staff. Talent development emerged as a theme, and then reliable operational systems and the importance of both communication and trust emerged as we synthesized the feedback. One key takeaway is this notion that stakeholders largely agreed that they knew that the direction of the district was shifting, and they understood the vision, but there was a disconnect between the vision and their actual experiences, and it depended on the school, program, interaction, or department what they actually experienced. So what that really means to me in short is we have alignment on expectations, but not consistency in delivery. So we have a clear vision, but the execution or delivery of that vision, there are gaps there. And that directly shaped the implications for this new plan. It reinforces the need to stay focused on a smaller number of priorities as we finalize the plan. One other thing you can note is the plan creates a clear line of sight for students, staff, and families so that it's clear what to expect in terms of conditions and outcomes. The last piece here is that the plan will ensure that communication and trust are embedded, making how we share information both internally and externally intentionally deliberate. We'll talk more about it when we go into the pillars, but I want to point out this notion. One of the things we were really aware of is we wanted outreach not just to be an internal strategy, but also to be an external strategy, because that's some of the feedback that we heard, and we think that's one of the things that's causing the gap around what folks are experiencing versus what we're setting forth as the vision and the direction. Here, you'll notice that what we heard is not abstract, so as we go into the pillars, you'll see a direct connection between what we heard and what we're advancing as the specific actions and things we'll focus on. For example, when we heard that programs are strong but not consistent across schools, that directly correlates to the notion of creating a high-quality baseline experience. When we heard concerns around student mental health, that led to a clear priority around safety, supportiveness, as well as this notion of a joyful school. So not just for students, but also for the teachers and the adults that are in the building. And then also, as we heard feedback about staff, you'll notice that that's highlighted in the plan is talent development, support, and accountability. And then as we heard and thought about challenges around feedback related to communication and coordination across departments, that led to priorities that focus on transparency, trust, and then we also know that one of the things that helps enable that is modernizing some of our systems, so how we receive data and also how we share that back to the public. And finally, the need to better tell our story and strengthen partnerships shows up when you look at our pillar related to communication. All right. Remember, I started with, I wanted it to be a conversation, so it was a one-way conversation for a minute, but now I'd like to shift and really give you a moment to share what resonated most with you as you heard, not so much process, but what you heard around the feedback or what the data told us around where we are and where our stakeholders want to see us go.
Ms. Hall?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I want to talk more about this consistency idea because that's been a troublesome matter for years and years for us. And as far as I'm concerned, the main thing is that everyone evidently is not hearing the same thing, or everyone doesn't know how to implement what they hear well enough so that you see consistency across our schools. And it also leads me to wonder, are schools that are struggling, are they struggling because they are the least able to be consistent? Or, you know, what's the connect with our achievement at our schools that seem to do very well? So that consistency idea is very, very important, and I'd really like us to flesh that out a little, because if Chief Washington started an idea at his end and whispered it and it came all the way around Kurt, you know, probably Kurt would hear maybe a vague 1% of what Chief Washington actually started. So to me, it's what you hear and how you're able to implement it. So I'd like to hear what other people think about that.
Dr. Brinkman?
Amen. Consistency, that 1.1, create a student-centered, high-quality baseline experience for every student. If we are able to hit that, a lot of other stuff I think just falls into place. So knowing where we have success and making sure that we hold everybody accountable to that same level at every single school, that we treat every school the same, that students behave the same at every school, that students adhere to every policy the same at every school. We have to make sure that that consistency is everywhere, because if not, then we are creating pockets of different environments that are unable to be managed and unable to be proper data when we go back to look at return on investment and how we change things. So I know that we've had students that think that they should be dealt with differently because they're special. And unless it's an IEP or a 504 that says we have to do something different, we can't have schools that get to walk away from certain policies of our district because it shouldn't apply to us because we're great. So consistency, 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 and accountability, I think we're moving in that direction, but I think if we shore up that 1.1, a lot of other stuff just falls into place.
Agreed. I'll talk a little bit about some of the tactical things, and we won't get into tactics today, and then I'll also invite Dr. Barnes, if he wants to, or Dr. Watts want to add anything around the school side. But as we look at how information is shared and consistency, one of the things that we learned from the last plan, and we're going to take into this plan, and it really shows up in our tactics, is this notion of how information was cascaded previously was more organic, and there was a lot of autonomy around how you share, what you share, and when you share. So we're really looking at ways that we systemize how information is shared, what is shared, when it's shared, and then also monitoring implementation against what we actually shared. So I don't know if you want to add anything additional on the school side, Dr. Barnes?
So good morning. Yesterday, we had the privilege to spend time with our school leaders. And we know that our school leaders, they're the backbone to really seeing 1.1 happen at a high level. We're going to set the right conditions, but the implementation of many of the strategies and the tactics, those that are school leaders, the principal supervisors, we know that that's where the rubber really hits the road. And so yesterday we spent time with them, and this very conversation came up that they too recognize that there is a need for consistency across all schools. And they too recognize that there are some schools and some leaders that have opted out or have taken some liberties, and maybe that we don't have the same applied accountability measures across the board. It is better that we have everybody acknowledging the same gap, which creates, the right conditions for us to have a strategy to fix that, right? Everybody sees that same opportunity. So it kind of bubbled up. So it's not this top-down thing where we're seeing it, which we do, but it's also the principals feel that, the teachers feel that across the district. And so it gives some level of affirmation that we're headed in the right direction. So now it's about what does that look like, and how do we, I hate to say it, like kids say, stand 10 toes down to make sure everybody actually do the things that we're rolling out and do those things at a high level.
Ms. Grabowski?
Good morning, and my apologies for being late this morning. I absolutely agree about the consistency and high expectations. Can you talk a little bit about balancing like consistency with also celebrating the individual characters and programs that exist in each of our schools? Because that's the one thing that I absolutely support the consistency among high standards, but we have these magnet programs because we're trying to provide options for families to find what works best for their child. So we appreciate your thoughts.
I think the word baseline is very intentionally used, and I think it's a good time to actually, I'm glad you asked that question. The baseline is the foundation, and so there will be an expectation that everybody meets that foundational level. What people do on top of that is where the innovation can take place, where each individual school can celebrate and manifest what is unique about that school. And then we also have equity requirements. Every school, while we want to be treated the same, or we say, there should be a standard, some schools have different needs, some schools, and we will have to apply some differentiation as we look at resource allocation, as we look at intensity of support. So it's a baseline, it's the baseline experience. See that as the floor. But we're trying to get to the ceiling. We're trying to get to the moon. And what we can do to get there will require leadership, will require differentiation, will require the opportunity to innovate. And we want to invite every principal and every district leader to have those opportunities. But we cannot start from a cracked foundation.
So once those schools reach that baseline and have proven the ability to consistently meet that baseline, do you see there being, because with innovation sometimes that means you're doing things differently. So how do we encourage, like when we're at that baseline, how do we encourage that innovation so that we don't stifle creativity?
Yeah, so the baseline, we have a good understanding about, now we're defining that. The next layer that we're defining is called freedom with flexibility. Okay. So once that baseline is hit, and we know that we're implementing things at a high level, we need to get clear on how do we allow principals to exercise freedom and flexibility when they are meeting the baseline experience. They have all the right things in place, but they are they have the right conditions that do not create an inequitable learning environment, but an environment that enhances student learning, student experiences, and pushes that school to the next level. And so we do have to do work around explaining that and clearing that up. And that was great because yesterday our principals lifted that up as a need as well. So that's the next iteration as to where we need to go. Now, messaging is the next thing that we have to work on in terms around accountability. And so having a conversation around being accountable to a baseline experience is not a negative connotation. It is actually a more, I would say, healthy connotation where we're not creating more inequitable environments, that we are giving students what they need, we're giving teachers and leaders what they need, but a lot of time people use that synonymously with some negativity, but accountability is not negative when we say we're holding people accountable to a baseline experience.
The only thing I'll add is we're also in our tactics, and Dr. Barnes talked about it, but I want to call out this notion of being clear around what's loosely held and what's tight. And we, to his point, in our tactics, we have to name that so that folks are clear, or school leaders and department leaders are clear on where they can innovate and where they do have freedom and flexibility.
Dr. Howard Hall?
Thank you. I'm looking at, is this on? Okay. Fostering safe, supported, and learning environment. And I'm looking at it says mental health support is not where it needs to be for students, but also for teachers, because
Agreed.
a lot of times a child has not been diagnosed and he's placed in a regular classroom teacher's class. And that teacher's job is to document that child's behavior. But while the teacher is documenting that child's behavior, the rest of the class is being neglected. Examples: running, biting, kicking, knocking things off desks. That's not fair for a child with those undiagnosed behaviors to be placed in a regular classroom teacher by herself. So I really think that we need to do something to assist a teacher. Although the child hadn't been diagnosed, we know there's a severe emotional behavior, social problem. So why can't we have a specialist in that classroom with that teacher? Because as soon as the teacher do anything to try and restrain a child who has not been mindset trained, now this teacher's job is in jeopardy. I recall being a classroom teacher writing on report cards, talks excessively in class, does not listen attentively, struggles with following directions, not child kicked me, child bit me, child runs, you know, it's not a safe learning environment. One day after church, a teacher came to me literally in tears from her observation from another teacher. Now this child that's been acting out is in another teacher's class the following year, still has not been placed. So that's definitely not a safe learning environment. And that's really burning the teachers out. I can't even imagine having a child in my class with severe emotional, social behavior and not getting the support that I need.
I don't know if Mr. Butler wants to speak to that, but the reason why we can't give every teacher a specialist is because we can't afford to do that we don't have enough people to actually do that. And I think our schools and our special ed division does its best to spread the resources we have, but I mean, you're right. There are situations where we have kids in classrooms that need special attention, but there's also a process that we have to go through in order to apply that that additional support. And I don't know that there's a right answer that we get to. We try to provide the teachers with training. We try to deploy as much support as we can, but that does not always fill the void that you're talking about. I don't know, Mr. Butler, if you want to add anything to that in terms of program?
No, I think to your point, Dr. Watts, and certainly referencing our special education department and supports, but you referencing those students who have not yet been identified. And so we acknowledge that those challenges exist, but as part of the support and the training that we provide to all teachers, part of that requires, to your point, our teachers to identify those challenges and that is a process, so that the appropriate intervention or support, and it may not include an additional person, but it does include support and training for that teacher in many cases on how to navigate and provide the appropriate supports for those students. But I think from a strategic plan standpoint, and I'll
tactics.
kind of zoom up a little bit from a tactical approach,
Right.
is I think that is one of the things that we are exploring as part of our comprehensive suite of supports, from not just our counseling department, our social workers, our special ed department, but how do we, again, provide targeted support for students who are both identified and who have yet to be identified. So I think that is one of the things that we are considering as we think about expanding telehealth services, but also our services in the schools.
And the only thing I'll add really briefly is that as we go into the priorities and strategies, we've named a strategy around tiered support. So we recognize that we need to develop and build out the tactics to get there, but we know that we have to have and do a better job of how we're providing tiered support based on student need. And so your feedback will help us as we explore what tactics we should actually land on. So that was actually helpful. Thank you.
Mrs. Hall?
I was trying to wait for Ms. Campbell and Mr. Smith before I started the round again. But since they haven't raised their hands yet, just to Mr. Butler's point, you know, I remember when we first decided as a country, inclusion had to happen. So no matter what your disability would be, you needed to be included in the mainstream of children so that you got the benefit of their society. Well, now we're at the other end where, yeah, we have teachers being hit and bitten and that kind of thing, and also children who come there really ready to learn who are distracted because of the behaviors of some of the children who, like Dr. Hall said, can have no control over their situation. So to me, Mr. Butler, perhaps we have inclusion in parts of the day. Perhaps inclusion doesn't have to be a 100% everyday situation. It has to be where I get the opportunity to be around other children different from myself, but I'm not constantly and always in an inclusion mode. So, you know, there are ways to me that we, as the, you know, people who decide on these things, placement and activities and all, that we could work on that so that we relieve the teachers from the burden of coming into a career they think is going to be about teaching geography, and yet they end up being a social worker. But Dr. Taylor, my main thing is, I don't think I understand what the baseline experience is yet, and we're moving on so quickly. But tell me what the baseline experience is that we can expect at all of our schools before we start going into differentiation and diversity and all that. Does everyone, do all the other board members, do y'all understand the baseline?
Nobody knows, because as a part of the tactics, and today we're not talking about tactics, but that is one of the tactics. We have to define it.
Oh, okay.
And then
All
once
right.
we define it, we can then plan backwards from that definition.
Okay.
And we have to have agreement on what that baseline experience is, and then we can talk about how we achieve it. So you don't know that that is not just you, nobody.
I thought y'all had left me at the station.
No, we're developing it. We're developing it as we speak.
And I think that is
Yes.
part of the reason why you have such inconsistency, because every person in the district has their own definition of what a baseline experience should be. And so everybody operates with their own interpretation. So we have to have a shared understanding and a shared interpretation, so that definition has to be devised together.
And in this very room, around this very time, on
Yesterday.
yesterday, we were having that conversation with our school and district leaders and bringing them to the table, as Dr. Barnes has alluded to or shared, and developing key components of what that baseline experience is.
Okay, thank you.
Good? Yes. All right. We will forge ahead. You asked about baseline experience, but we also use throughout the plan this term future ready. And so I do want to take time to unpack future ready. What we are aiming at when we say future ready is this notion of ensuring that every student leaves with a strong academic foundation and durable skills. And when I say durable skills, those soft skills, what we would traditionally call them, as well as real life experiences that prepare them for both the known and the unknown future. And similarly, throughout our district, we also want to deliver the conditions that enable schools to be able to provide students with what they need to be future ready, and not just at select schools or pockets of schools, but across our system. The next piece that we'll take a look at, let's see. Could you advance the slide? All right. Want to talk a little bit about the structure of the plan. We have spent time, actually I'm going to go back one. Okay, go back to the next one. Go to this one. When we look at the structure of the plan, what we've worked to do is create a plan that has a clear through line from the vision to priorities to strategies to tactics, and ultimately how we will actually measure the plan. So what you see before you is really how the plan will be structured. Again, today we're not going into tactics. We're currently developing them, and as we have conversations around our budget investments, we'll bring forward some of those tactics, talk about how we're investing in them, how we'll measure them, and what their anticipated impact will be. As we look at the structure of the plan, one of the things that I do want to point out, and this is one of the things about the plan that I think is very unique, is it's intentionally designed to be interconnected, and at the center of the plan are students. Every decision, investment, action, everything that we do is really centered around student experience as well as student outcomes. And what you'll notice about the pillars that's different or unique is that it's really not one department. Previously, the plan there was a strategy for HR, there was a school strategy. And so we're really shifting, and what we're doing is creating a plan that is not in separate lanes of work, but that is deeply connected, and there is no single department that owns a pillar. It's shared across the system, and every team has a role in advancing the priorities, and we are collectively responsible for both progress and results. So it is a shift in the way that we think. It is no longer, it is the HR's responsibility or it's the school's responsibility. It's all of our responsibility, and we're equally held accountable for the results. And we feel like this will help provide consistency also, because we're all working on the same goals and everybody has clear visibility into every pillar, versus last time we felt like it was too siloed or isolated. One other thing that's important to note about how the plan is designed or structured is there are some things, and we talked about innovation a little bit earlier, there's some things like innovation, leadership development, culture, and climate that are braided throughout. And when we say braided, what we're referencing is integrated. We're not saying innovation is a standalone or separate, but we're integrating or putting innovation into everything that we do across every pillar. The same thing for leadership development. We're just not going to focus on leadership development, one department, one strategy. That's going to be interconnected into all of the strategies, and the same thing for climate and culture. You may recall that our last plan, we really worked hard around transformation of climate and culture, and it was a through line of sorts, but what we're saying now is that in order to transform our climate and culture, we want a name that is braided into everything. On the subject or thinking about climate and culture, and I talked a little bit about it, but I'll underscore it again. Transformation of climate and culture will look totally different in this plan than it did the original plan. we've taken it a step further, and we're naming the specific experiences that will be different as a result of the shift in climate and culture. Last time, what we just said is we want to transform the climate and culture. But this time, what we're naming is what a transformation of climate and culture will look like experience-wise for staff, students, as well as families. And so we really are hoping that this will help us advance the work that we've started around culture by being more intentional, and then everybody understanding what we're working to reinforce daily. And then another thing that's unique is we have defined for ourselves what our values are. So the last plan, we were working on transforming culture and climate, but we hadn't named as a system what are the things that we value, and for this plan, we've named that. All right, anything on that before we get into the meat and potatoes of the pillars and priorities? Many of them have kind of surfaced, but would love to hear from you.
You're gonna hate that I'm sitting next to you. Just real quickly, I am thrilled to hear the trying to break down the silos. Like, that is so absolutely critical. So just.
Oh, yeah, you
Oh.
gotta get closer to the mic.
All right. I'm very thrilled to hear. I'm thrilled to hear the interwoven and interconnectivity between the elements of the plan and the removal of silos. That's absolutely critical. The one quick comment I'll make on the what will be different side is potentially adding excellence, the expectation.
It's on.
The expectation, consistent expectation of excellence, both from the district and everyone. I don't know, that's just a thought when I look at that.
Nope, received.
Dr. Howard Hall.
I don't even know where this actually fits in. But when I'm looking at families being a part of culture, what are we doing to address parents that come to school in pajamas, lingerie, into the front office, it's going on. So that's part of climate and expectations. What do we do to address these parents to know that that's not okay to come to school to give your child whatever in your lingerie or your pajamas?
I'm looking at Barnes, Barnes looking at me. What I will say, and I want to underscore, and you mentioned it before, Dr. Barnes, is this a little different with parents? But I do think as we continue to shift the way in which we work and the conditions change, that will cascade, if you will, or trickle down to parents once we create spaces in which they know, to Ms. Grabowski's point, that excellence is the standard. And so I don't think it's, we have a dress code for parents, but I think as the experiences change within schools, I also think that is going to impact parents in the way they show up in schools and how they advocate for their students.
Totally agree.
We wouldn't necessarily have a strategic plan tactic around that. However, what we do value is what we value and what we stand for as a district, what our brand is, and how we continue to shape our culture.
A team are beginning to really work to codify and think about what that looks like in our district, because to your point, and you often talk about the ability to be able to speak and have interpersonal skills. So like that's a part, but adding on top of that, the piece around how do you use and leverage emerging technology to learn and to partner with to support learning for both students as well as not just teachers, but also our district staff. And so we're working to stand that up as one of our tactics. We met yesterday about that as well.
Oh, all right.
Ms.
Thank you for that.
One more thing really quick, because I like that Ms. Connie just tried to define that, and you said, great, let's hear it. So I have something too.
Ready for it.
Not as specific, but one thing that I have, as I read through the PowerPoints for this week, I loved the themes. I loved the things we focused on. I think they were the most important things in my mind too. But what I hope kind of gets Breda to use your language here, which is great, is that we're educating students for the future so that when they graduate, they have what Dr. Watts calls choice-filled futures, right? And it's not just academics. Like, we talk a lot about CTAE, we talk a lot about college readiness, but a lot of kids, when you look at the data 5 years out, we don't know where they are. They weren't in college, they aren't doing a career. I don't know that, there's no like prison stat or anything like that, but they're just sort of lost in the abyss, and who knows what happened. So one thing I just wanted to touch on while we're here, and it's not like the discipline conversation yet or anything like that. I do think it's important that we teach them skills. Having 4 kids of my own that are all very different with different abilities, different gifts. Every child isn't built for college, right? But what we can provide every child, even if they have a learning disability or struggle, and that could be profound, is respect, civic responsibility, boundaries, self-discipline, right? Things that when they get into the real world, they are set up with a mindset of what the expectation is going to be on their lives, because people will cease to care, right? I mean, they will not, their loved ones will, but society isn't going to care if they don't feel like doing something. It's like, too bad, this is the real world, welcome, right? So I do hope that we really focus our efforts not just on academics. I think that should be the main goal, totally, but especially literacy, but that we really get them ready for learning how to be productive, effective, and thriving citizens. And I mean that like in a purpose sense, right? Not just monetarily, so.
Thank you both. All right, we will forge ahead, and through our conversation, pillars and priorities have naturally come up, but I still want to hit them. So I want to spend a little more time unpacking the pillars and priorities, because this is really where the real work lives. And before I walk you through them, I've said it before, but I want to say it again. I want to level set around one important point. We're going to share with you pillars, priorities, and strategies that we want to accomplish. We will not get to the tactic level. And the other thing, I see you smiling, Ms. Grabowski. We will not get to the tactic level. And the other thing I want you to use as a frame as you look at the strategies is that one of the things that I'm excited about this plan is we are, from the onset, planning that we know that every strategy will not be executed at one time. Some of them will work in tandem, but as you see, the portfolio or options, I shouldn't say portfolio, but the strategies that we're bringing forward is what I'll use. They will not all be executed in 1 year. And one of the things that you'll see as follow-up work is we will create annual plans each year for our strategic plan, so that over the course of the year, similar to what we did with our Big Rock priorities, we understand in the specific year what the things that we're working on and what we're trying to advance, okay? That being said, just a quick reminder that when we look at pillars and priorities, this is a synthesis, and this is how we've prioritized what we synthesized. The first is pillar 1, because for me, this is the anchor pillar. It defines the learning experience that we want for every student, and at the core, it's about ensuring a high-quality baseline experience, and we've talked a lot about this, that's not dependent on the school a student attends, and that it's consistent across the system. In this pillar, you'll notice, again, a strong baseline instructional experience, a deep focus on literacy and numeracy, expanded real-world pathways, and then also you'll see support for whole child development here. And for me, when I think about this pillar, it should answer what should every student experience every day in every school. Forging ahead to the second pillar, this is what makes the first pillar possible. So from that standpoint, I feel like in the plan, we got really serious about delivering a consistent student experience, and we are equally serious about how we attract, develop, and retain talent. This pillar is about making the district a place, first, where people want to work. Once we get them to our district, we want to build them with strong coaching and creating systems for development, and then also creating clear pathways, growth, and leadership opportunities. because the quality of our district will never exceed the quality of the people that work in it. I really believe that. And for me, because I have to look at this a lot, so I'm asking myself questions. The question that this pillar answers is, do we have the people and support in place to deliver on the first pillar? So we can talk about the baseline experience, we can talk about what we want to create for students, but do we have the right people in the right seats to be able to actually bring that to life?
Dr. Taylor, your slide did not advance.
It did not? It was? It went back? I'm not for sure.
It was there and then it went back.
All right, there you go. All right, thank you. The third pillar focuses on trust, voice, and partnership. We heard clearly in our feedback as we engaged our stakeholders that engagement internally and externally, or communication internally and externally, cannot be an afterthought. It has to be part of how we operate, both internally and externally. And what this means is not only, again, I can't say it enough, it's not about how we outreach and engage the community alone. We also have to engage and reach out to our staff within the system, as well as strengthen partnerships with families, as well as community organizations. This pillar strengthens transparency, creates opportunities for co-creation. So here, part of outreach is many of the solutions or innovations that we develop and create will be created in partnership, and you've heard us talk about that before. And then also building meaningful external partnerships that are strategic. This pillar answers the question, are we building trust and sharing ownership across the system and within our community? Yes.
You didn't advance it yet.
Yeah, on my computer it is. Okay, I'm sorry. I have a setting and Curtis helped me on the ones and twos. Okay. We're there now. All right, Kurt, you ready? Let's advance. There we go. Do we get it? Everything matches. I'm like, oh, mine is perfect. All right, and now for the fourth pillar, which focuses on systems that enable all of the other pillars. This is broader than operations or stewardship. The last plan, we named it stewardship, but here is broader than operations and stewardship. It's about how our systems work together to support schools and the overall student experience. These systems should not be a barrier. We want our systems to be an enabler. This includes modernizing data performance systems, strengthening financial decision makings through an ROI lens, and ensuring transportation, facilities, and technology are aligned to support schools effectively. So when I step back from the pillars, Pillar 1 defines student experience. Pillar 2 strengthens the people who have to deliver the experience. Pillar 3 builds trust, and Pillar 4 ensures that all of our systems are working to support the optimal student experience. And Pillar 4 ultimately answers the question, are systems enabling the work, or are they getting in the way? All right. Like to pause here. And again, many of the pillars organically came up, so I didn't spend a lot of time there and wanted to create the space for you to have conversation. I'd like you to think about what would you like us to refine, and then what else might you need clarity on as you think about your role around governance.
Dr. Bringman.
I'll sometimes like brevity, and Pillar 2, 3, and 4 all have like 3 subpoints. And I know Pillar 1 is a huge thing, but I don't know if those can be distilled down to a more digestible, and it might not, because some of them need to be fleshed out more, but on the side of like when we want to really be able to remember some of these and
Yes.
drill them down into KPIs or whatever we're going to call them, yeah, I don't know.
Received.
Don't
And we've
think it-
heard that.
yeah,
We had a conversation about that on yesterday, but one of the things I shared with my team, because they're pushing me on that, is I wanted to hear feedback from the board, and we're continuing as executive leadership as well as with our school leaders, looking at where we can distill and where we can consolidate. So thank you for that.
Dr. Howard Hall and Ms. Campbell.
Yes, thank you. When we combine the 4 pillars, the pillars, pillars. We were talking about pillows earlier, David.
Yeah, I'm not for sure what's happening here.
When we combine those four and we look at site-based, what is the struggle, or shall I say, what is the discrepancy with site-based decisions among schools? Because we focus back on consistency, and we know that site-based, that's where the crux of the problems is in with site-based management for schools.
So I'll let Dr. Barnes deep dive into that, but before he jumps in, I will share some early thinking, and really, really early. We've had one conversation about this, is we are looking to do this different, but we just haven't gotten to what it would look like and how we stand it up. But connecting the school plans directly to our strategic plan, and so we feel like that will help give us not only consistency, but address what you're asking about. Dr. Barnes, you want to go into more detail?
Yeah, so you're spot on. And the magic happens at the individual school level. And the magic happens with the leader of that building setting the vision and really executing at a high level. So this goes back to the conversation we had earlier around what's tight and what's loose. But then there's also this responsibility that happens out of my division with our principal supervisors. So our principal supervisors are the ones that have that oversight to ensure that what is tight is actually happening, but what's loose is not something that is detrimental. So the site-based decision is more defined around what principals are able to do to make that magic happen in their building without compromising what we saw in these 4 pillars. So at the end of the day, a strong, unified Tier 1 instructional plan in 1.1, and strong literacy and numeracy happening in 1.2, et cetera, continues to happen as the spirit of our strategic plan. And the principal is not deviating from that, but they are actually augmenting that. They're actually building on what we have established as the baseline experience, which we, like you said, we have to define. But the next iteration of that is how principal supervisors cultivate that and still have the right level of accountability, that we do not go below the floor. So what you just named there, site-based decisioning, it does have to align to what our overall divisional plan and our district strategic plan, but we have to really be tight around defining what's tight, what's loose.
And if I can just add to it, it really boils down to 2 things for me. And the principals yesterday heard me talk a lot about my need to be more explicit in what the expectations are, and that cascades from me down to the team. I think a lot of the inconsistency that may be experienced may not be the fault necessarily of a principal. It's that when everything is in the gray and you're not really sure what the clear expectation is, and that expectation is not reinforced and emphasized, then you make it up, right? Absent a guide, absent direction, you make up your own direction. And so I don't fault any principal for that. So we have to be real explicit about, here is the direction, here are the resources, and this is what we expect to see. So that first one is the explicitness, and the second piece is about leadership. And that goes from how we select principals, how we develop and support them, but it also speaks to accountability. Because when you've been clear and you think you've selected the right person, but they make an option to do something outside of that, then you have to come in with the accountability piece. So to me, it just boils down to 2 things, leadership and explicitness.
Ms. Campbell?
Dang, that was really good. I like that a lot. So, one thing that isn't, I think maybe Dr. Barnes spoke to this about monetizing this plan, but one thing to answer the first question, priorities, I mean, it's not gonna shock anyone that I'm about to say this, but I would like to see how we align our resources with this plan, and then just, and to Dr. Watts's, comment and Thomas Sowell, I guess, you know, the choices and trade-offs, right? So everything is gonna need to be a trade-off at some level for me. I don't like the idea of just adding to like a spend growth model, but I would love to know what we're willing to trade off, because it also helps me see, not just from the monetary side, but what we were doing that maybe wasn't working or wasn't effective enough, and how we are gonna be more focused, because it'll help me explain it, know what to look for, that kind of stuff.
I think Dr. Taylor and I, over the last 2 days, have spent long days and nights talking about how this aligns with budget. And really, it's difficult for you all to see right now, because you see these words, and these are strategies, and they're very aspirational statements. Where the plan comes to life is in the tactics. And that's what has to be funded, the tactic that will manifest these aspirational things that you see on the piece of paper. But we're not ready to share tactics yet. But those will be coming to you in the month of April, next month. You'll be able to see how we are aligning these things with how your investments can help make them come to life. So these things are very connected. We've struggled with how deep we go and when we go there, but it is a conversation, because there will need to be choices and trade-offs. There will be investments that have to be made, and there will have to be things that maybe we sunset in the future so that we can do these things. So you are spot on you must have been a part of our 10:30 at night conversations over the last 2 days.
It's top of mind for us.
It is about money, but it's also about efficiency, right? Like, we don't want to have 18 balls in the air and then try to pinpoint what it was that made us successful if we're good at
Yes.
something, right? We want to know it was this targeted strategy as
Yes,
well.
absolutely.
And I like, just so that there's another positive here, I like how we're doing it this year, where we're not just throwing up some ideas like, okay, everyone vote on what it is that you like, because then what I felt like come budget season, having my first budget season as a board member, was that it felt a little bit like, okay, but you guys all selected these things, but I didn't know the dollar amount tied to them at that point, right? And so I want to know that I'm making the best choice, and I'm not leading you guys down a path where you're looking into a bunch of things and educating the district on where we're going to move, and then I'm like, no, I don't like this. Wait, I don't want to spend that much money, right? So if we can just do all that, that would be amazing, and then we can prioritize better ourselves.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Ms. Grabowski? I'm sorry, Sean.
You. I'm still back on what kind of pajamas am I wearing tomorrow. Interesting that this whole discussion on, the discussion you just had came up, because I was having the same thought in a little bit of a different way, which is going back to the statement that you made, but it's not in here, about the ROI analysis. So one of my frustrations with strategic planning in lots of organizations, it's not just this one, but particularly in a massive bureaucracy governed by politicians, is that we tend to be very incremental and not entrepreneurial. And a lot of the words I see here are like modernize, advance, strengthen, which is not bad, because I'm going to echo what people said earlier, which is all of this is fantastic. I see a lot of thought, I see a lot of debate, but what I feel like we need to differentiate ourselves as a district is the willingness to not just incrementally do a little more somewhere. We need to abandon things that aren't working. We need to give people the opportunity to go out on a limb and then fall off, and we don't play whack-a-mole and hit them over the head for having an idea that didn't pan out. I'd rather have people advance things that, 2% of educators are trying to push now, and if we collectively think that's a good idea, we do it, because we think it'll help kids. I've been on this board way too long, and I've seen way too much incrementalism, And we're still in the bottom third of the bottom third state in the country that's in the middle 50th percentile. Like, I'm tired of incrementalism, and I want our strategic plan to be very blunt, get rid of the crap that ain't working, focus on the 2 or 3 things that are really doing well for us, and then invest heavily in them. So I don't disagree with anything I see here, and I know this is about the tactics, which we don't see and we're going to see later, but I think there has to be an underlying philosophy of we embrace entrepreneurialism, we embrace innovation, we're not afraid to jettison things or to step outside of the traditional education collective, best practice thinking that's prevalent, because, the literacy approach we had before the one we have now was what all the experts told us this is the way to go. And as questions came up, suddenly the education bureaucracy in America said, you know what, that's not right, let's shift. And so we have to be willing to ask hard questions and say, even if the best minds in the country are saying this is the way to go, it ain't working here, we're going to do something different.
Thank you for that as a push. One of the things I feel like has happened over iterating is that's gotten lost, so I appreciate you bringing that back up. One of the things, if you remember in my last presentation, I had a slide that talked about being a fearless district that challenges the status quo. And that's where we started, and we still want to end up there, but I appreciate that, because I think the more and more we've taken it to groups and we've created different versions, it has become a bit watered down, so great feedback. Dr. Watts?
If I could just add too, I think one of the preconditions that we've had to put in place, and we're still pushing around this, is things had to be incremental because we had not defined how we were going to measure success. And until you set a threshold of this is how we will know when this is working or not working, you have no other thing to do but to lean into incrementalism, because you got to wait a long time to figure out whether it works. So setting those metrics help us make mid-course corrections. You don't see it on this piece of paper, but in other papers that we're working with, I've introduced to the district this concept of innovation sprints, where we run something, we pilot it, we see what the result is, not wait a year, not wait 3 years, not wait 5 years. What are we seeing in the first 3 months? And then what adjustments can we make quickly? And then if there's a need to reallocate resources because we see that it's working, we don't wait, we do it right now, or we abandon it right now because it's clearly not working. So I think having a clear metric system in place, data quality in place, helps us get past this incrementalism. What's contributed to it is that we wait on CCRPI data, and then that really doesn't tell whether everything is working or not.
Well, to be clear,
Or what's
I'm not
working.
being critical of what this administration has done since you've been here.
Yeah, I hear you.
We're
Yes.
talking about our 5-year strategic plan to 2031.
Right.
So I understand where we were, where we are today based on what we've done. This is not a criticism.
Right, I didn't hear it as a criticism. I'm aligned very much.
Okay.
Definitely didn't take it as a criticism, and I probably can't say it as eloquently as Dr. Barnes, but he introduced this notion, because we talked a lot about being bold in the very beginning, but he talked about this whole thing. Sometimes being bold is just being consistent in a system where that may have been lacking. So that's also why you'll see this balance between foundational things as well as pushing ourselves to be innovative, because we want to be able to sit innovation on a very, very strong foundation. But definitely didn't take it as a criticism. Actually, it's the push that I needed, because I remember where we started in the very time that Dr. Watts stood up and kind of shared her vision over the next 5 years, and it was very similar to some of the things that you've named. So great feedback.
Okay, Ms. Grabowski, then Dr. Howard Hall.
Let's see if my mic's working yet. Is it working?
Closer.
Is it working?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm just going to talk. I do agree with Dr. Brinkman. It'd be great to get, Pillar 1 down smaller, but I'm going to provide comments that probably are reverse of that, and maybe they fit somewhere else. So just how to reconcile that. So on 1.2, the strengthen and accelerate literacy and numeracy for all students, absolutely agree. I'm going to throw one more thing out there for consideration. We are living in a world that doesn't believe in science anymore, and science doesn't matter. Science isn't right. So I would like to look at how science fits into that as well, and I think that the scientific process gets to so many of the other elements that we have been talking about.
Yes.
So I'm just going to throw that in there.
Got it.
And then another one on that one, 1.6, the foster safe, supportive, and joyful learning environments. I would like to consider adding healthy in there to get to that health part that we heard in the survey.
Got it.
And would also suggest that this one is much more than just academic excellence. This one also goes to our teacher retention. It goes to our culture. And it may actually, and this will not surprise you, but so much of that gets to also the physical attributes of our spaces, whether it's our classrooms, mindfulness zones, having trees, having access to daylight and greenery, which unfortunately we do not have in this room. But there's so much science that supports even the visual connection to greenery, helps with discipline, it improves learning, it improves teacher retention. Like, there are so many benefits to the way that we are thinking about our built and natural environments and the exposure that our students and our faculty have to that. So I know this is not a surprise to hear me say this, but I'm just going to bring it forward again and suggest that that one actually might fit in Pillar 4 when we are looking at our facilities and our systems.
That's good feedback.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw that one in there. And then also, I was thinking about this when Mr. Kachmar was providing his comments about being bold. The plan it's beautiful the way that it's coming together. One of the things that I would love to see, and this might be more in the strategies, is make it specific to SEC PSS. Let's make this a plan that's, I think that, what school district isn't going to say we want to, have academic excellence, right? So let's make it specific to us. Let's talk about, and again, this might be in the strategies, but I want this to be a plan that we have full ownership, and it's something that does get to that being bold, and that when somebody sees it, they're like, wow, look at what Savannah-Chatham County is doing.
Okay, Dr. Howard Hall?
Thank you. Not only should we be bold in adjusting programs, but bold in adjusting personnel. Why should we keep a teacher, for example, in 5th grade that's been struggling for 3 years with those test scores? Why can't we consider maybe 1st grade? Prime example, at Georgetown some years ago, I had a friend teaching 3rd grade. And I just went to her and I said, you would be so much successful in middle or high school. You're so rigid. She didn't like it, but years later she became Teacher of the Year at Beach. So, and why do we keep maybe a leader, a principal at a school for years that continuously failing?
Got it.
So, yeah, right. So if we adjust programs, we need to think about adjusting people, not saying to fire them, but maybe put them in a place where they most comfortable, I won't say comfortable, but where they fit, where they belong.
Exactly the conversation we had yesterday in principals meeting, because there is a tactic that talks about making sure that our highest need students have our highest potential and highest performing teachers, principals. And of course, that conversation made people uncomfortable. But I do believe in the concept of fit. I believe that every person is not made for every setting. I also believe you have to know when it's your time to be somewhere, and when you have run your best race and there's another race for you to run in another place, right? And that's not an indictment. That is not a criticism. It is, you came, you ran a sprint, you did what you do well, and now you go do something somewhere else. And I think some of that is going to be around mind shifting, because people feel like, well, if I'm tapped to go to another school, does that mean I did something wrong at this school? Or if I'm tapped to go to another grade level, that means I've done something. We just have to we have to shift our brains around that whole concept of fit is important, and you should be where you can make the most impact at a time that you are needed there. Right?
But there's another part to that. You know, it's also this thing is when you have a skill set that can level the playing field across the district. So if we are really building on the talent of our teachers and our leaders, this is an opportune time for us to maximize that across the board. And that's part of our development. So as we develop leaders and they're stronger, then we do want to maximize and spread that across the board, not just the principal, but the assistant principal, pairing the assistant principals with the right principals so that we have a succession plan. And as principals retire, we can hire from within and keep that same level of success moving forward.
Ms. Hall?
Thank you. Every time someone says, how are we connecting this particular point to the budget, makes me think that that's a good idea for us as board members. When we have our ideas, let's see how we can connect them to the budget. So my idea is that the most important thing we have is the quality of our people. And so I'm going to connect that as a real important budget priority for me, having the very best people we can find. And then making those people accountable and making them responsible and being clear, like Dr. Watts said, about what's expected, and then letting them do what they can do. Don't get this wonderful person, this smart person, and then cut them off at the knees because they have to fit into this particular box that we think they should be in. If we're going to be bold, then be bold in selection, and then let's let them have a chance to really accomplish what we need them to do. We're really the only organization that has the honor of shaping human life. You know, we're not doing chips, and we're not doing Cheetos, and we're doing human lives. So that gives us the rare responsibility of making sure that the people who surround these children are the very best we can find. And Dr. Watts, I think you're right. If you're not going to do what we need you to do, thanks and bye. But also, let's make sure we give them the chance to show what they can do and not kind of, step to step them so that they never have a chance to show the autonomy and the greatness they may have. So that's my budget priority, finding the highest quality people we can find, giving them authority, giving them responsibility and accountability to us, and then leaving them alone and let them do their thing.
Received.
Mr. Smith?
Pardon me?
I thought you were
Oh, my reply was received. Understood. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smith?
There was a sidebar conversation. I didn't know if you wanted to chart. You're good. You're fine. Thank you for your presentation so far. I keep continuously say that. But as we look at these two questions on the board, I have a couple of statements or questions that I would like to make. For me, clarity must be achieved. Clarity must be prioritized, and clarity on a timeline. And I echo the sentiments of a couple of my board members when we say, clarity for me on all levels. That means, when will this happen? When will we see, or when will we be able to gauge the success? But also, how long will we allow this particular program to blossom before we say it does or it does not work? because we constantly change things, and sometimes when we change things too quickly, it's not that it didn't work, it's that we didn't give it time to work. And, you know, so I'm trying to see what is the middle ground and what is the actual plan that we're going to put into place to see it actually flourish before we pull the trigger. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes total sense. I will go a step further to say, we also have to look in the mirror when things don't work, because it may be that the thing was a great thing, but we didn't roll it out well.
Correct.
We didn't provide the right training and exposure and support or time. It may be the thing, it may be us that contributed to the lack of effectiveness. And so I appreciate that push and the need to have clarity. We use the language change management a lot, and I know I do with the team. And a lot of times it feels like, oh, we purchased this program and and if we're not careful, we
Exactly.
purchase things and then we just drop them off. And then 6 months when it's not working or it's blown up, then we're surprised that it's not working and it's blown up. But we have to really think about all the steps it takes. And I cannot emphasize it enough. Every single decision that's made around this horseshoe, everything that we purchase takes time. It is a change management process. You are working through people with personalities, with strengths, with weaknesses, with vulnerabilities. You just can't walk in a room and say, this is the thing we're changing, and then expect everybody all of a sudden is changed.
Right.
Because it's not. It requires multiple steps and a significant investment in time. So I agree wholeheartedly with you, and it is another reason why we have to, instead of trying to boil the ocean, like, we got to take it one cup at a time, because we can't change everything tomorrow. People don't have the human capacity to do that.
Right.
I don't have the human capacity to manage all of that. So I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. This is fantastic. As you guys know, I guess it was a month and a half ago when we went to Florida.
Yes.
Okay, so we went to the Moonshot Conference. The superintendent.
Moonshine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay, the Moonshot Conference. Moonshot. Who said moonshine? Y'all are so wrong. Y'all are so wrong. Yes. That's when you end up in pajamas. Anyway, but y'all, we're not coming here with pajamas on tomorrow. The superintendent of Indian River, when they hired him as superintendent, in his interview, he stated, if you don't believe that we can get to 95% of our students being third graders being at grade level, I'm not your man. He got the job. Then he had a conference with the principals and told the principals, if you don't believe that 95% of your third graders can be at grade level in reading, you may not be our person. That's boldness. As long as I've lived here and I've seen many strategic plans from this board, one thing I didn't see were big goals. They were all incremental. They were all, well, 2% here, 3% here. Go for it. I'm all about us being SCCPSS, but why can't SCCPSS be known for that kind of boldness? And if we had those conversations with those principals at some of those schools that are struggling, but you know what? some of these schools have been in the same place for over a decade. And what if parents of those students heard, this is our goal for your students? Because I think some of the parents have gotten used to, well, that's the school I go to. You know, and this goes back to the lingerie thing. I
might have to write me. I'm going to that conference tomorrow.
When we started, and I'm not going to name the school, when we started a certain charter school here, over the years, I saw that change in those parents. As that school became so successful, and those students who people had written off, who people said they can't learn because they're poor, they're black, they live in crime neighborhoods, as that school progressed, and that school, which is now at 98% of their kids are reading at grade level, those parents changed. That neighborhood changed. That's the power of education. But and I'm just going to speak for myself. Well, no, I'm speaking for the board. My hope is that that's what we can project to, because you know what? And I love the way Deshaun said it. It's not like we're in a state that's like the rock star of education. But we can be the rock star of education, but it is that boldness. But you got to believe it. And the reason I believe it is I've seen it. And we can do this.
So I want to thank you for your affirmations. Thank you for your pushes, as well as thank you for your feedback. We have noted that, and as we continue to refine and before we get the final plan to you, we will definitely use it to inform what's next. That being said, let's talk a little bit about next steps. Here is, again, the same phased approach that we've taken. What's next for us is to begin to plan, finalizing the tactics, and begin to think about what this means for implementation for year one. And going from there, what we are really going to be focusing on is measurements as well as investments. So really taking a look at how we'll measure the things that we want to do in year one, and then what will it mean on the investment side, and we've talked a little bit about that. One thing that I'm excited to share is the superintendent will be hosting fireside chats. Early on in this conversation, I mentioned this thing around, or this notion around collecting feedback and then synthesizing that feedback and then sharing out what you heard. And so this will be an opportunity for the superintendent to share out what she heard or what we heard from the feedback, and then talk more about her vision for what the next 5 years would look like. And you've received, I think in the board update, we shared this. You'll get additional correspondence, but here before you are the dates and times, and we have 2 different groups that we're targeting. So we have families and community, as well as staff or internal stakeholders, because again, we know that outreach and communication is not limited to community, that we need to be bringing our staff along with us as we go throughout this process. And then I know we talked a lot about where are the tactics, and we understand, and we're refining those to bring forward, to share some of those with you. But one of the things that I'm excited about, we had the opportunity to partner with SCAD for a SCAD Serve project around strategic communication. And so one of the things that we know is important, and we heard it in the earlier parts of this conversation, is how do you message this, and how do you really have 5 years seems short, but it's really a long time, a lot of things to get done. So how do you decompartmentalize that? And one of the things that came out of that work is the phases of implementation. Dr. Watts talked about just the heavy lift around implementation. There's a whole science to implementation, but what this does is really break down what top line each of the 5 years would look like, and I wanted to share with you this because it excited me. We know in year 1 it'll be breaking ground, establishing clarity, non-negotiables, and you heard a lot about that. One of the other things that's going to be very important, and we heard a little bit, but I want to really crystallize it, is in year 1, we're looking for a lot of early wins. So we'll be celebrating, monitoring, and measuring places where we're winning, and then where things need to be adjusted, we'll adjust. Year 2 is what we're calling common ground. It's continuing to build this consistency around what's happening in schools and across our district. Year 3 is what we're calling expansion. So we know in year 1 and 2, we'll be trying, again, we heard about the innovation that you want to see. We'll be trying and testing things that we know work. We will be scaling and really expanding as we go into year 3. And year 4 is raising the bar. So here we're continuing around accountability, but it's getting deeper and becoming the standard in the way in which we work. And then finally, year 5, we hope to have transformed the way in which we work. And it won't be a strategy per se, but it'll be the way in which we work. So it's the new normal for our district. So when we think about implementation, this is kind of the sequence in which we'll be implementing. I am going to pause there. That is all I have. Of course, I have a couple more questions in my back pocket, but I think many of the things have surfaced. But if you have any additional questions of me or anything else you want to share.
Ms. Hall.
Okay, Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry that Dr. Laura May isn't here, because to me, she has a gift of taking whatever our aspirations are and putting them into kind of finite terms, so that if we want, this great push forward to happen, that we're not going incrementally, we want a big push, she can tell us, this is what is reasonable for that to happen. This is the likelihood that you can meet success if you reach this amount. So she's very good at taking your aspiration, but fine-tuning it so that you're just not out there, wildly pushing forward without knowing what success might look like. So,
Thank you for that. You can probably wave at her. She's watching. She's not here with us today because her charge and her team's charge, both Dr. May and Christy, what I asked them to spend today doing is really looking at what we have so far and beginning to draft what could be metrics. And so they're beginning to draft that, and they're literally doing that work as we speak. So that's why she is not present. So I asked them to join whenever the broadcast is published. They will take a look. But they're working to do that because anticipating questions that you would ask, we knew that that's something that people would want to know more about, and we're beginning to put those together for you.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Dr. Howard Hall.
And I'll just add on, we can't abandon SMART goals. 95% reading 3rd grade level, that's
Yes.
great, Mr. Moss, but the key in a SMART goal is timely. How long will that take?
Yes.
So we can never abandon SMART goals. We have to be specific. Is it measurable? We know SMART goals, achievable, relevant, and timely. So although we all believe that 95% of 3rd graders can read on grade level, but when?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Grabowski. Sorry.
If Denise is easier, that's fine. I really like the last slide that you showed with the 5 kind of steps for the implementation. I think that really helps to break it down and make it easier to communicate. Maybe this is too in the weeds. I'm not crazy about breaking ground.
Okay.
I mean, we're an existing district. We're not, like, this isn't a new thing. I liked your analogy earlier about setting a foundation. To me, that's a little bit easier. That makes a little more sense. And then also, I see kind of the titles of 3 and 4. Should those be reversed? Because we're talking about raising the bar in doing some of these piloting first and then really expanding what works. So I know that's really in the weeds, but as we think about communicating this out, that's some of my initial feedback.
No, I think it's great feedback, and believe it or not, I think I switched them once already. We went back and forth because we liked the titles, but at the order, and Shraddha and I went back and forth, and we kind of rearranged them, so received.
Well, and I'm also seeing raising the bar. I don't know if I like that as
As
a
fourth.
distinct year. I think we should be raising the bar.
Year one.
Every day, all day.
Right.
The bar should be raised, not waiting to raise the bar.
Yep.
Right.
So
I
I,
thought that too.
I saw, yeah. I think that can be fixed too, so I
Yeah,
appreciate
maybe
the
it
push
isn't.
on
Yeah.
this. Mhm.
Yep. Just conceptually, and this is some work that was
But I
born.
like the framework.
We're right.
Dr. Brinkman?
So, not to go against Ms. Grabowski, but I feel like we might be breaking ground. Dr. Howard Hall got me to the word revival. And I was just doing my homework because you said I had to explain under 30 seconds, so I was just getting luckily nobody's running against me, so I don't need any pitch lines. But I was on the reestablishing our district culture around accountability at all areas within the district to ensure a consistent and strong baseline for our students, staff, faculty, and families. Which to me still is breaking ground. Like we've been talking a bunch, like I was ready to do the parable, and I don't know if that's where Reverend was going with the fruit that the figless fruit, the fruitless fig tree that 3 years and you got to go and you got that. And then we were talking about a teacher needs to move and find soil. What? Yeah, but I mean when I was hearing it and moving teachers and staff to the right. Am I a shade tree? Am I a sun tree? Do I need more water or less water? Our ground for a while has kind of been, just hard. And maybe we do need to break it up, churn it up, move some things around. So I think there is some usage to that breaking ground to stir everything up. The sand that's going to come with it. But till it. Yeah. There you go. You could use some of that, okay? Quote me, though.
Thank you for that.
Okay, I'm going to Mrs. Smith's church Sunday to hear how much he's taken away from this. All right, so I'm going to speak to this whole SMART goal thing. I get what you're saying. However, that is why education is where education is now, because we come up with, I call them excuses. I call them excuses because they are based on, well, I haven't seen this done yet, so I'm going to say this can't be done. I have seen schools and school systems, because they didn't look at it this way, break all kinds of records. I believe if you start with, this is what I know that our children can do, and doing anything short of getting those kids to where that these are we have some amazingly talented children in the school system. I give this example all the time. If you're driving down Wheaton Street in the morning, and you see those kids walking over to A.B. Williams or any school, understand this. A good percentage of those kids got themselves up that morning. They got themselves dressed. They got their sisters and brothers dressed for school. If they can do that, they've got all kinds of potential. And when we sit in rooms and pontificate about, well, we're so limiting. That's why I recoil when I hear phrases like, well, you need to teach kids where they are. No. teach them where they can go. Teach them, teach beyond. If we had, because here's the thing about, it's funny, people criticize me because I'm not an educator. But I've worked with kids for 20 years. And I've seen kids do some unbelievable things because they were pushed to do it. And they thanked me for pushing them. A lot of these, they have it, and they need us to tell them that they've got it, and not to settle for anything less. So, and I think it is encouraging to families to know, you know what? That school system's now like saying they want to get to 95%. Do you know how, if you want to transform a school or transform a neighborhood, that's what you do. If you want to get people really talking about you and get the business community and everyone, that's what you do. So I've just, I've seen it. So, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I appreciated having this conversation with you.
You're amazing, Dr. Taylor.
Very helpful. You all are amazing. I'm excited about our future.
Thank you. I think this has been great input. It helps us refine our plan. I've taken copious notes and will be excited to apply those. And I think we are at a place now where it is time for lunch, and we're just a little bit behind, but I also feel like we just had breakfast. So do you all want to make any adjustments to that, given the time now is about 12:15? How much of a break do we need before we go into the second part of our discussion for today, which is around our budget?
20 minutes, okay?
2 minutes.
This is break, actually, we're going to clarify. This is not lunch. This is break.
Yeah.
Brunch part two. We still have brunch part two. We still have food here, but we're not having like.
A full
This is
lunch.
not, this is not happening.
Well, when we initially put this together, it was going to be lunch, but we got started late.
Call it a lunch break. You can call it a lunch break.
Okay, we'll call this a break.
So 12:35, 12:35?
12:35 it is. All right, we are back in.
Awesome.
And welcome back, A&M.
We are excited to continue our journey through the budget development process, not only for the 27 budget, but what I think today's opportunity will give us is an opportunity to set some guardrails and principles, not just about this budget development process, but ones that can live beyond that. So I'm excited about that. I will, taking us back to the last Finance Committee meeting, while the way that was received was not what I think any of us that planned it were expecting, the output from that was led to a lot of really good discussions and brings us to the place where we are today, which is around not what the budget will be, but how we principle ourselves around decision-making. And that letting that be the baseline from which we make not just this year's decisions about the budget, but ongoing decisions about the budget. So what I will say from our board members, I appreciate the push during the last board committee meeting around finance, because I am really excited about the process that we're on now. So this is not going to be as much of a budget presentation with numbers and dollar signs that you all might be anticipating or used to seeing. This is more around setting guardrails around how we make decisions. So I'm excited about that. I'm also excited to be able to present today, co-present with Alvarez and Marsal. Those are our partners that are helping us strengthen our budget development process and create a clearer line sight between our priorities, our operating realities, and those decisions that we get to make as it relates to our investments. So our objectives and goals for today are threefold. First, the first part of our discussion today will be about how do we confirm the guardrails. The guardrails are those principles that we want to use to govern the budget cycle and decision-making process. We'll also be thinking about today, as we have this discussion, the lens that you want our team to be looking through. So we'll give some definition around establishing that lens. For management, for how we bring recommendations to you. What are the criteria that we should be thinking about when we bring those packages to you in the month of April and May? And third, we just want to build a shared understanding of where we are actually in the budget-making process as it relates to correcting some things that need to be corrected, right-sizing the district in some ways, and our partner Alvarez and Marsal will be helping us in that regard. So that's the three places today that we want to go, and definitely want the board's voice around that. If you'll go to the next slide. This is just, I want to continue to put the timeline in front of you. Today's presentation, again, is really about establishing those guardrails, those decision-making parameters that will help us make choices and trade-offs. And you will not see anything about revenue or dollars in this presentation. Actually, you're not going to see anything about revenue until May. So we have some time. During the month of April, what you will begin to see are some of the decision-making and recommendation packages that we will be bringing forth to you with dollar signs attached to them, so that you can begin to think about what the choice and trade-off conversations need to be in May, which will then back us into what is the revenue that we need to have to fund those things that you all feel like will get us moving in the right direction as it relates to our strategic plan. And then finally, as a reminder, June is the final, when we'll have to be making final refinements. It's when we'll be having a lot of our hearings, and when you all will be taking action on the millage rate. There's a yellow bar across the middle of this slide. You all are an important stakeholder, but we will continue to go out to our families, our teachers, and our community to get feedback on the budget process as well. And so those are some of the key engagement activities that we have as we move forward. If you'll go to the next slide. So this next slide represents a very important conversation. So I hope you all have had a chance to look at your board materials and internalize what is actually on this slide, because it's really a piece of the heart, one side of the heart of this retreat. Before we get to a place where we're actually debating individual items, this priority or this recommendation versus that recommendation, we wanted to get clarity on guardrails that will help us shape the entire process. What are the roles, what are the principles, and what are the decision-making criteria? So what we believe and what I've tried to demonstrate on this slide is that the board's role is to not necessarily choose every individual reduction, or the person with the loudest voice or the best idea gets to advance a strategy or an investment area, but really keeping the board at a place where they are helping guide the process by defining the guardrails, confirming assumptions, clarifying expectations, and providing direction that will help us, help guide us through the process. And this is an important aspect. And then the administration's priorities are really around choosing those budget principles and decision criteria and applying them as we bring forth to you the recommendations for investments, the reductions that we need to bring forward, the trade-offs, and then to highlight where there are both long-term and short-term consequences, if there are any, in the budget-making process. So as you have a chance to look at these two slides, we have a couple of discussion questions. What is missing here? How does this align to your vision for our roles in the budget-making process? And what information can we provide to support you in the role that you play? Have we identified the right places for the board to be? What might be missing?
Okay, Ms. Campbell.
Here we go. Okay. So I think this makes sense to me. As I was looking at this, a question that I had written down was like, at what point does the board actually help constrain the budget? Because that's difficult, which you pointed to. It's hard because we help set priorities, but, you know, unless we tell you, like, this is the floor, right? Or this is the bar, this is how high we can spend. It's really hard. Otherwise, we trust that, you know, you guys are doing it in an efficient, effective way. So how, I guess the question for me would be, how can we help you constrain something that we don't really know line item wise is an issue? I know that you're doing ROI work, but I would assume, and maybe this is another question, that if 85% of the budget is people, can we really tie ROI frameworks to each position?
It would be very difficult to do that right now.
Right, so, and I get that, I think that's reasonable. So, but then we're only talking about 15% of our budget that can be discussed annually for reconsideration before we just turn this into another spend growth model. So, if that makes sense, right? I mean, so that worries me. I think we need to figure out, you said right sizing, and that was the word that kept going through my head throughout this whole, all the presentations that we're gonna go over. And so I would like to know where the trade-offs are coming, like I said in the last presentation. Like, we can't keep doing things as we've done them. Number one, because we have less students and it's projected, spoiler alert, right, that we probably will. So right sizing it, but let us know how to help. Because I don't want to just say, well, we want it to be less than X dollars. But we don't really know what we're speaking to.
Right. And I would prefer, so you use the words constrain the budget. That's not the way I'm conceptualizing it. I think the way I'm conceptualizing it is in buckets. So the first bucket would be, here are all the things we have to do. We're mandated, we're obligated, they are must-do things. And then from that bucket, we move into a bucket of, here are all the priorities that we are advancing, and it's not necessarily you all giving us feedback on the dollar amounts, but what are the things that you feel like are most important? And we elevate those things, and then from there, we back into the dollars and cents that it will cost to invest those things. But maybe I don't know if that's the right order. That's why we're not going to get to revenue until May.
Just to quickly highlight, Dr. Watt obviously talked about this a lot in the last couple of weeks, and specifically trying to find the right balance of getting the input that makes sense without looking into dollars and cents. What's on the screen right now, which you're going to come to in a bit, is that decision-making sequence that we want to get your feedback on, which is reviewing those baseline and mandatory costs that are helping provide transparency to the board, and what are the things that are changing that we don't have control over that are absolutely required, and then looking at improvements to the way the budget works and the way that we plan our finances as a district to reflect the true cost, and make sure that our budget is accurate. There's going to be changes to the way that we're handling forecasting and planning for some things that will be new to this district that align with best practices, which we can talk about more. And then we want to talk about strategic investments. And I think, Dr. Watts, when we talk about strategic investments, those are going to be the things that are going to be new and different that change the direction the district's going. There's going to be bigger building blocks of things that are going to have more clear ties to expenditures that are in that sort of 15% that you can control. And then talk about making sure we're getting your feedback on the way that we think about where we look for reduction or redesign opportunities to save money. So we don't want to spend, an inordinate amount of time on the 85% we can't control. What we want to do is get your perspective on the things that are the priorities that kind of help us, help you understand the things that are not within, reasonable control, and then focus on the things that are strategic priorities, put costs next to those, and get your feedback on those building blocks, and update the budget as we go through that process with you this spring.
So just I'm just finishing this comment. So, okay, the only thing I guess I would offer is that we don't really control any of it, right? I mean, we're a vote, and then it's we hope that it goes in the direction that we need it to, but I guess I would push a little bit at the 85% that we can't control, and I hear it.
Necessarily think
Right.
we can't control it, because some of those things are also tied to programs. And so if you're talking about not sunsetting a program, there might be cross implications in regards to the 85%. So
Okay.
I'm not necessarily thinking about it in terms of we can't control it. Some things we will not be able to control.
Right.
But that entire 85%, I do think there's some flexibility in there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to highlight. And one thing just to mention is that as the size of the district changes, by default, the staffing of the schools needs to change, needs to follow
Yes,
that.
exactly.
And that is the biggest building block of that 85%. And then, of course, we want to continue to challenge what central office looks like relative to the demands for the services that central office provides, which is a much smaller block of that 85%, but that needs to move in line with enrollment, right? So that's one of the things that districts have to challenge themselves to do, particularly in 2026, when we've been in a new revenue growth environment for the last 5 years, and we're moving towards a more constrained revenue environment.
Mr. Kashmar?
So I'm going to combine the two comments. The way we put controls on the budget is we set strategic priorities, and then if they're not executing them at every budget meeting, you go, hey, Dr. Watts, I'm voting no right now because you haven't addressed these three strategic priorities. And then we vote no on the budget. Or here's the millage I'm willing to support. If you can't fit in your operationalizing of our strategic priorities, I'm not going to vote for the budget. And then we don't vote. That's exactly what I did last year when I voted no on the budget. And Dr. Watts said to me, why'd you do that? And I said, here are the 4 things I was interested in, I didn't hear, and so I'm voting no. But I was only one. So, well, on my issues. My point is, that's how the board controls the budget. I mean, it sounds really simple, but it kind of is. At some point, we can't really match up spending until we know what our revenue is. Our biggest issue for years has been spending to what our revenue is instead of spending to a plan, and then being willing to cap what our spending is regardless of revenue.
And so I think that aligns well with the goal of the conversation we're hoping to have today, which is to make sure that we're eliciting your perspective as to how the administration needs to be thinking about decisions in terms of, all the departments have done a lot of thoughtful work in thinking through the things they want to ask for. We're at the point where they're requesting things that then get built into a budget that comes to you. We don't want to hand you a budget that doesn't reflect your perspective on these priorities. So during our conversation today, we want to align with you all on how we should be thinking about priorities in terms of the way that we make decisions, what the trade-offs are, what we prioritize. Dr. Watts has a really clear vision for that, but that, of course, is in partnership with you in developing and refining that vision. And so we want to have that vision in mind as we build a budget that meets your expectations, and then hopefully comes to a budget that's built not based on, we have this much money to spend, but we know these things are important to do, and then based on the things that are important to do, this is how much we think it's going to cost. And then kind of engage with you on that as we kind of get clarity around the tax base and the way that the revenue changes. And of course, thinking about millage rate changes.
And I think our mistake the last time is we introduced the forecasting tool. If I had to redo that whole situation, I would have introduced the forecasting tool when we get ready for that conversation versus early in the conversation, because it sent a message that we were focused more on revenue than we building a plan that would build up to the revenue versus building a plan that we feel like will get us where we need to go, and then doing the revenue piece on the backside.
Right, that's right. And our goal is really to have the capacity to look at those things collectively and quickly make trade-offs between things that we prioritize through this process against what the revenue turns out to be. And be in a place where in May, when we get really firm numbers on the tax base, we can very quickly understand what our millage rate reduction can be based on all of the things that we prioritized, and then also think about the trade-offs between the things that are being prioritized and millage rate adjustments. So.
I was actually, in thinking about what's helpful, and I mentioned this actually at the Finance Committee meeting, particularly as we think about trade-offs, understanding what is funded through federal or state grants versus what we're funding locally, to me would be helpful, because like the grants are great.
Right.
Like, unless there's a cost that we don't need to be cutting programs that are grant funded. So that piece to me would be very helpful.
Yeah.
And also, let me add one more piece to that, and this is something I've also mentioned, like understanding how much happens at the school level versus the district level, because sometimes there are expenses that I assume are district expenses, but yet they're school expenses, and vice versa.
Right.
So just understanding that framework would also be helpful.
Yeah, that's great feedback, and I think, you know, the budget process that school districts run does focus primarily on the general fund, but it can't be blind to what's happening in Title I. For example, there are many places where you can use federal funds to fund priorities that relate to things that you're doing in your general fund, and the sort of combination of those things make programs possible that wouldn't otherwise be. So we'll think about, as we bring things to you, making sure we're presenting that view of, okay, what else is relevant to this, and in these, for example, if you start getting strategic, you know, sort of proposals, or, you know, we talk about the building blocks of the budget that relate to academic investments, that can't be blind to Title I or IDEA or the other funding sources.
It's also important to note that the general fund, though, is where we have the most flexibility. A lot of those grant funds are very scripted
Right.
in how they can or cannot be used.
Right, no, I understand that fully.
Yes.
But I also know, like, CTAE is a very well-funded program,
Right.
and I think we have leveraged that pretty well. Are there more creative ways to leverage that? That might be able to support some of the programs that are more funded through the general fund? But again, just knowing, like, if we as a board make a policy decision to cut welding, that really doesn't help our budget, because that's
Because it has a
CTAE.
funding
Right,
source.
exactly.
So I think, and again, I think that would be helpful also for the community to understand.
Right.
That some things are.
Is what we are supporting from the general fund versus what we're not.
And that's really important to point out, so thank you for bringing that up. One thing just to be aware of is that the district's process for planning what resource we're going to align with what need focuses on starting with the most restrictive funds, right? So you start with the thing that is the most constrained in what you can do with it. And for example, IDEA funding is very specific to
Sure.
special education funding programs. And so you know those things get solidified very early. And then you obviously want to make sure you maximize all of the most constrained funds before you start planning the less constrained funds. And the general fund is your least constrained fund, right? And so that becomes the process here is about what are the things we can actually control.
Yeah.
And so, of course, we've, hopefully done a good job of getting of course, we want to fund this priority with this dedicated funding source to it, and never even bring to you anything like that looks like a cut that would result in a matching revenue loss, because of course that's not good for our local community, right? When the feds are paying for something, we want to take advantage of it.
Dr. Howard Hall.
You've heard me say this often about the federal funds. We have to ensure that we aren't supplanting
Right.
those federal funds. So it's good to look at the general budget on hand to see what they're doing. And the federal funds is like in addition to what
Right.
they're doing. So we can't substitute federal funds to use to save money with state funding. And I know that Ms. Campbell often referenced the enrollment declining, and it has, but the student need has not. The students' needs have actually increased. So that's something to look at when we're planning the budget. Although the enrollment has declined, but the needs definitely haven't. For example, the rise in diversity, SPED, socioeconomic factors, learning loss, technology access. So a lot of these things has to be taken into consideration as well.
And those are two really great points. One thing I want to highlight on, as it comes to planning the use of funding, for the changes in the student need, there are many changes. The way the state funding model works, the growth in student need in this district is outpacing the loss of enrollment, right? So you will see state revenue will not be flat. It'll actually increase over time because the growth in student need is so much higher than the loss of enrollment. And so because of that, you have to change the way you think about resourcing campuses, because it's not the same thing to serve 10% fewer students who are 30% higher need. But a lot of the resources are provided by the state funding formula to do that. So it's really important to think about not just doing the same thing you've been doing, because the profile is changing. It's not just doing, over time, 10% less of the same thing. It's doing a lot more of hard things, right? And then a little bit less of the sort of basic education experience.
I think this is important to note, because one of the potential misconceptions people have when they see our budget increase over the last 2 years, you see those lines, enrollment
Right.
decline, but budget increase. The state revenues for the more challenging students. So that's why a lot of times you see the revenue
Right.
increase, because the state is giving us more, because the kids left behind have more challenges. It's not necessarily that we are asking for additional local resources.
Right.
The state is giving us more because the students left behind have more significant challenges, if that makes sense.
And it's,
That's all the more reason to show the budget in that,
Right.
through that lens.
yeah, of course.
Right. But there is a belief sometimes that we're asking for more, even
Right.
though the enrollment is declining. And I guess the point that I want to make is the revenue that we have coming in is weighted more for more challenging students.
Right, and very few states, and including Georgia, do those funding levels keep up with the actual cost of providing services to higher need students. It mitigates damage, right? It makes it less damaging to the cost at the local district, right? But that is only a share of the revenue sources that are growing, right? And so over time, this district has benefited from property value growth, helping with that
At
on the
the
side
same
of the
time.
local, right? On the local side of things. But in many places that don't have that, the state funding can't keep up with those needs, right? So it's just important to think about that as just a piece of the pie that grows. And it's not extra incremental money, because it's dollars that are being matched to a new student need that we didn't have to provide before. And that gets incredibly important when it comes to special education, to ESL, and to gifted and talented, where you have to have new staff members, additional staff members. So you might have your staff to student ratio look like it's growing, but if you control for the fact that you have more higher need students, that cost can make sense.
Going to have Ms. Hall and then again, Ms. Campbell.
Dr. Watts, the fact that we're not in this situation of declining enrollment by ourselves, that the birth rate across the entire country is falling. So all of the public school districts in every state are going to be wrestling with how best to move forward, given that even though enrollment is less, student need is greater. And not just that student need is greater in negative ways, but if you have if I have 2 children, I'm able to do more with those 2 children than say if I have 6. So the fact that we have less students, maybe that means we can do a higher quality with those fewer. Do you see my point? It's all the way your mindset is. And as I always say, if our mindset is to have Americans who know how to think, then regardless of whether our classroom has 25 students or 19, that should be the goal. And the money we get should go towards that. But this is something, it'll be interesting to see what's happening in our top tier, Massachusetts. What are they doing? They're the gold standard for education. What are they doing with declining enrollment? So that we don't have to feel like we're tackling this by ourselves.
Yes, I think the declining enrollment piece is an important one to note, and it's certainly something every district across the country that I'm following, they're having to deal with and having to make some pretty significant. We are actually in a good place, I would say. I mean, we're not where many districts are right now because of some of the investments and decisions that have been made, particularly as we came off the ESSER cliff. But I will say, if you have listened to the demographer report that we sent out, our enrollment is declining, but we could actually be in a position where it didn't decline as fast. We are losing our market share of students because our families are opting for homeschool and other situations. And so there is a declining birth rate, but according to the demographer report, there will be students moving here. There are students here. In fact, that's not the issue here. The issue here for us is that we are losing students by choice, not by a declining birth rate. Right, I'll let you guys handle it from there because I think we're ready to dive into the bigger conversation.
Hang on, before you go.
Oh, sorry.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Great. So thank you, Dr. Watson. Thanks, everyone, for the great questions already. We want to align with your feedback on the way that we're thinking about guiding principles that are going to inform the way that we evaluate requests for investments and then prioritize those investments. The way that we've been sort of guiding this conversation so far, as it comes to anything that's net new or that's a change or that has a growth of expenditure, and even challenging some of the things we've been doing, is to think about making sure that we're understanding the strategic value, aligning the investments that are being made to the things that, we talked about earlier in the day, or I guess just, a couple hours ago, on the strategic value, aligning with the district priorities, making sure that the work that's been done and that continues to be a priority in terms of understanding the return on investment for, the impact that things that we're buying, creates. Is there sufficient evidence of impact that the investment is producing meaningful results? Understanding at the outset, some of these things may take years. I think there's good commentary on, sometimes we walk away from things too quickly. Knowing what good is going to look like, having a clear understanding and saying, hey, we will know this will be successful because by this year it will do this, is something that's going to be critical to evaluating anything that looks like an intervention or an academic investment. And then, taking a really hard look at the trade-offs between the use of resources, between this resource, this ask and what's being asked for across the board. Having a portfolio view that doesn't say each department just sort of submits their requests and then we compile those and we bring them to the board, but rather taking the lens to it of looking at, okay, these are all the things that we think we need for our students across the departments, and taking a portfolio view and using trade-offs. So the evaluation framework is to ask, how is it grounded in principles and the guiding principles of the district? How do we evaluate that it's effective? Like, do we know if we're gonna come to the board and ask for anything that's new? We want to be able to tell you that we know this is going. We will know whether or not this is effective by measuring against these criteria, and what are the things that we will be able to tell you make it successful. Now, we can't say for sure that everything that we invest in will be a success, right? But we need to be able to tell you how we'll know, and then have an honest look back at ourselves and our investments in next year's budget, the year after, et cetera, that says, we talked to you about wanting to see this performance out of this investment. We look back it's not happening, we're either correcting our actions to kind of make sure that our side of the street is clean, or we're going to discontinue that investment. So we want to start the process with these principles and sort of using these principles in this evaluation framework. So what we wanted to use this time for with the board's input is to get some feedback on some of the principles that we think are priorities, right? So these are draft budget principles that we want to hear discussion on, tweak, and ultimately align on as priorities and principles, and they're sort of divided into two areas. The first is enhancing financial discipline, and the second is investing in strategic priorities. The way that I would think about, the way that we think about the financial discipline is really practicing financial discipline means that we're not going to use one-time tricks. We're not going to use things that obscure or hide expenditures. We're going to look for sustainable solutions to sustaining problems. So limit reliance on one-time fixes that have sometimes balanced the budget in the past. So in the past, the district has at times relied on vacancy savings, which means we're not able to fill human resources. We're not able to fill positions for our most in-demand positions, usually teachers, usually hard to hire teachers, very skilled technical teaching roles. And then we end up relying on those cost savings to either balance the budget or to fund other priorities. And so that's one of the practices that we know we want to eliminate in the process of building this budget. Build a realistic budget that's based on what we think is going to happen with that vacancy rate, plan for all of the things that we need to spend on, and make sure that the spending that we advance during the course of the year is based on the board's vision, not based on what we do when we're not able to employ all of the people that we want to. Yes, sir.
Are you building a contingency into that, or is fund balance the contingency?
So to answer your question, we wouldn't want to build a contingency in terms of if we overspend, we'll do this. We would want to plan as accurately as we can about use of fund balance if we needed to use fund balance, and we would want the board's permission, of course, to utilize or access that.
No, what I'm looking at the cost side. We think it's going to cost $1 million, but we want to have a 10% contingency in case inflation happens, oil prices spike, forest fires, hurricanes, locusts, plague, all that stuff. Zombie apocalypse. But just building a contingency like we do in our construction contracts.
I don't think you'll see it the same way that you see it, like when we do our eSPLOST budget as a separate call-out. I think each department, when they submit their budgets, are building that contingency. It's inherent in the recommendation, not like a separate place.
Yeah, I think it's a good,
But I hear what you're saying.
I think I understand what you're getting at, and it's a good point, because I think this district and many districts have relied on vacancy savings or underspend from many different departments to solve problems during the course of the year. In the process of building the budget this year, we've implored to be more thoughtful about what's actually going to happen in areas where there is risk of spend. So for example, I know we've been talking about a fuel price increase since the Iran war started. We've been talking about 35% more fuel budget since the Iran war started. Those things we want to actually plan for, give you transparency into, and then have a process, and this is important, that the district has a process for what we call sweeping the funds if they're unutilized. And if they are unutilized, they can be swept back to the general fund and either used to generate reserves, which the district does not need. The district has a healthy fund balance, or to fund other academic priorities that align with the needs of the district, rather than staying in the department and being spent on other things just because we didn't spend it.
So two things there real quick. I heard you say, I think this is what the departments are doing. Were they given a directive built in other words, did everybody, when the departments develop their budgets, were they given development principles, build in cost escalator assumptions, or you just think they're doing that? And then the sweep concept, I get, all that does is create a deadline for her. I got to hurry up and spend my money before it gets swept. And so that encourages a behavior. Does it encourage thoughtful analytics? And at what level?
I think there's just an important clarification. This sweeping deadline is a practice that can cause that problem. I think the important clarification here is if there are larger contingency areas, for example, we know, for example, we'll have vacancies and there will be savings against what we budget for the vacancy. Fuel is another area that we should have a contingency for. What we want to discourage is transferring that funding to be used for something else when we're unable to execute on it for what's requested, and letting that become kind of like a slush fund that gets used to solve other problems and sort of spread over other cracks in the budget. And what we want to do with that is sort of encourage, I think a lot of people ask for more space in their budget than they have in other past iterations, or in the process of refining requests that reflect that. We want to encourage a fulsome budget request that reflects all of those things, gives you full transparency on what you're voting on, and then allows us to execute with fidelity to that. And when we fail to execute with fidelity to that because it's challenging to actually spend the money, like, for example, it's hard to get the vacancies, or God willing, the war ends and the price of oil comes down, those savings don't just become a pot of gold, right, that gets spent on other things. They become something that then goes to a plan that is related to the board's policy, the board's priorities. And so that's kind of the hope there. I agree with you totally on the sweeping problem and what happens, especially, with campus budgets, the campus non-salary spend. They just end up saying, like, we're going to throw a party, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. There's lots you can do in terms of controls to stop that from happening, but it does drive that, and that's not what we're proposing.
Does that answer your question?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I get this is a process. I'm looking for principles. I'm hearing some good stuff, so thanks.
Okay.
So, one thing we want to, as we kind of continue down the line here, so practicing financial discipline is things like just getting our financial processes really tight so that we're not in a situation where we spend money on things that we don't need to. A good example of that is the technology team, the human resources team, the finance team, and our team have been working on, rebuilding the healthcare benefits reconciliation process, and we're able to identify some overpayments there that the district has been able to be refunded, I think almost $6 million from the state by being tighter on that process. I want to make sure all of those things are really well done so that we're not sending money out the door that doesn't make sense to send out. We want to utilize the ROI when it comes to academic investments. We want to make sure that the things that, let's say in the operations realm, the things that are related to cost drivers, if you have a growth in baseline cost, you want to understand whether that growth in baseline cost is because we're doing more or because the underlying thing that we're buying costs us more. And really importantly, to understand the things like, for example, the cost of utilities. We do not have a ton of control over those things, right? However, the way that we staff our buildings, we do have control over. Understanding the difference between those categories of money, and then prioritizing reducing low-value spending. So making sure we understand if there's spend that duplicates across, departments, understanding the cross-section of what's happening in academics versus what's happening in schools. I've worked at a number of districts where you find the same IT platform is being bought by a principal that is being bought by academics. You want to make sure that is not happening. You're not, paying for overlapping services or paying for services that aren't utilized. And then also be really critical of the things that are being invested in, because they're maybe legacies of previous administrations, previous strategies that are lower value and don't align to your strategic priorities. And then that's the discipline on the sort of tightening things down. And where it comes to investments, we want to make sure we're prioritizing core operations, that we meet our health, our safety, and our legal compliance requirements. So those buckets of spend that are, uncontrollable, that are necessary to keep our kids safe, healthy, and learning. We want to prioritize investments that support directly demonstrate academic outcomes or enhance the student experience, and then plan for differing student needs. So consider shifting demographics. We talked about the fact that over time, the district has a higher needs student population. We can't keep planning for every campus the same way we've always planned for those campuses. We need to think about how our student demographics are changing over time and how that drives different needs in different places, and provide the resources to meet the needs of those students. So our questions for you here is, we want to hear more of what's missing here, what should we be thinking about, what have you seen in the past that reflects these or that makes you want to augment the way that the district leadership thinks about these principles? And, would love any feedback on what we're missing or what else you'd like to hear about.
Ms. Grabowski?
I see enhanced financial discipline as a practice, not a principle. That's the way that we should be thinking about our
Yeah.
budget, and those are the things that we need to put in place. But to me, and we kind of went from the last slide of the guiding principles of strategic value, evidence of impact, and stewardship and trade-off to this one, so I'm not sure how you're thinking the two are aligned. Yeah, like, we had those 3 buckets, and now we're at these 2 buckets, so I guess I'm trying to a little bit follow what you're asking for us, but I'll just
Right.
say, to me, like, super simple is, I would hope that our principle is stewardship for academic excellence, like, period.
Right.
And I guess I'm kind of jumping on the train with Ms. Hall, like, if we are achieving academic excellence, and we know, like, take Ignite, right? If we're achieving academic excellence through Ignite, but we know it's going to take more financial resources to spread that across the district, okay, then we need more financial, like,
Right.
I understand where the discipline and looking forward to some of the other slides of, budget reduction and value. Like, to me, those are negative. That's almost a negative approach as opposed to that positive approach of how do we get to excellence.
Right.
And I understand you're trying to respond to that financial discipline, which I know we need as well, but anyways, I don't know if any of that makes sense, but.
I appreciate that. That's good feedback. I think the way that we think about the difference, and you do say, like, it's a good point, enhancing financial discipline is mostly about turning the screws on, not doing the wrong things, right? And investing in strategic priorities is about creating a space to invest in the things that do provide those impacts. So these 2 sets of, sort of types of principles that we want to follow, they can collectively guide the district to making investments in things like Ignite that are cost-effective, that help kids, that we want to invest more in. Even if we have to invest not more in, if we know for sure they demonstrate the ROI, we want to say, yes, we're going to do that. That's investing in strategic priority. In order to fund that, we either need to decide to spend more overall or hopefully reduce low-value spend. And we'd prefer to reduce low-value spend rather than spend more overall.
And that's where that stewardship piece.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
On the previous slide, like, I'd rather just leave it at stewardship.
Yeah.
Take away trade-offs, because part of stewardship is wise,
Right.
yes,
Yeah.
it's being wise with how you're
Yeah, that's
using
great
those
feedback.
resources.
Any other thoughts on things we're missing, we should be thinking about?
Financial discipline is just such a huge bucket.
Yeah.
I mean, I see like right-sizing personnel, ensuring that we are actually looking at some of those places where travel has gotten so high and bloated over the years. So we've got a couple, but I feel like there's a gazillion points underneath that very large practice financial discipline. Like, do we need that many personnel to make this project go? We're talking about like academic things like Insight and stuff like that, but the 85%, and Sean brought it up in the last meeting, like maybe we do need to be put in a place to have to think about.
Yeah.
Is this the right amount of people to make the boat go in the right direction? But then also, are there certain buckets of everybody's individual budget that and I know that we're getting there, it's just that pig is probably a lot bigger than that pig.
Yeah, and it doesn't stop in the budget process, right? That's something that you have to be doing year-round and challenging and reorganizing. And I think the way that we're thinking about it here is as a driver of transparency and clarity in what we budget and what we plan for and what we spend so that you can see those things. That's our goal here, but I definitely appreciate that feedback on, never stopping on that. I think one example of doing that is the district has had a history of rolling over vacant positions. in departments, right? If a vacant position rolls over year after year after year after year, what does it do? It provides flexibility to that department in their budget. And that is a practice that I've seen in every city, every school district I've ever worked with. And then the department head has some flexibility. They can move some things around. They can spend that. Dr. Watts does not want that to happen. That does not align with the strategy. You're not going to plan a vacancy, hold a vacancy open, and spend it, even though that has been the practice. You want to review every vacancy that's been standing, right?
I don't know if this is the right time, but we keep floating fund balance as a thing we throw around all the time. And we use it a lot of times. We want to say it's for like that emergency thing. And I still want to have the discussion on, is there a way to just have a separate fund that gets money pulled out? Is that, we're working towards that, where we're like, this is how much money the district thinks is, and it's just going to sit there and we'll get interest off of it, but we don't have to worry that fund balance is going to be the fixer of the hurricane or the tornado.
We just make it allocated.
Yeah.
We just
Yeah.
allocate it, yes.
Okay. You can name that the Sean Rainy Day Fund.
No, but before we do that, confirm legally we can, because
Against the
by law,
mandates,
that's
yeah.
what fund balance is supposed to be for. I don't know if we can just put a separate rainy day fund. And I'm not against it, I just want to know legally, can we? Because that's the whole reason there's a fund balance law.
In it of itself, it's supposed to be that. So the question is can you allocate a certain percent?
Because that's just the way, well, fund balance law says it has to be
Right.
between X and Y.
Right.
Let's just do a separate allocation and park 50% of our budget there, and then
Yeah.
we bypass the whole law. Let's just make sure we can. That's
Right,
all.
yeah.
Okay, and maybe not have it to be a separate then, but to say that
It's an assignment
always
within
part of
fund
our
balance.
fund balance
Right, it's
allocated, a
allocated.
chunk of it is allocated to this, and then we can argue the rest of it if it needs to be
We
there or
did
not.
that with our capital projects. Last year, we allocated 60 million.
Right.
It's in the fund balance, but it's allocated towards that one thing. Well, right, but it's this conceptual, right? Conceptual.
Ms. Campbell?
Okay, so one thing that I wanted to circle back to, I guess, in light of discussing the difference between declining enrollment but increasing need, I mean, no, I agree. In fact, I said this to the news like last year when they were doing this new bill that's trying to constrain our budget, that's named after us on purpose. So I guess the point is that I agree that there is a lot more need. I have no quibbles with that whatsoever. I think that's true. But one place where, okay, for instance, I'm just going to be very clear. So when we kind of revamped finance, let's call it that, and we incorporated systems that streamline things, made them more efficient and effective, right? So we did something that hopefully then would decrease the need for duplicate roles, right? Or less efficiencies, because to me, it's not just money. It's not, I said it's, I think earlier in the day, it's not just that each role costs something and it all adds up, even if it's just budget dust right now for us. I mean, really, it's about efficiency, because if you have, 25 people overseeing 70 people, who's holding the ball when it comes time to say, okay, why aren't we meeting these goals? Well, all those people over there. And I'm not saying that's how it works. I don't know. I would love to see the org chart. I guess I'm hoping that when it comes to what students need, I have no problem with supplying needs when it means classroom needs, or if you need extra people to help supply those classrooms. I understand central office, there are needs there too. But to really focus it, though, on the increased need in students, because we are not right-sized when it comes to size of the district with the amount that we're spending year over year over year, more and more and more, and then having money left over at the end, right? Always. So I just hope that we're doing that within the departments. Like if people, and I think it's been said that we're leveraging some of these roles that maybe are not needed anymore for different sort of roles. Okay, but this is another problem that I've found, at least personally, that I worry about when we talk about budget, is that when I think it's important that we know where money comes from if it's grant money, because then we don't need to cut it. It's coming from the state. The problem is that when we sunset these grants,
Right, we don't close the position.
we don't. And so, and I get that too. If they're super duper employees, then absolutely, let's keep them, right? We need them. But if we're just keeping them because, well, they had a job here and we don't want to let anybody go, we're not a job creating agency. I want everyone to have a job, but we want to educate
Right,
efficiently.
we're serving kids, not adults.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's good feedback. And I think there's a lot of work to be done in every district around reorienting towards what today's operating profile needs to be, what students look like today, what's done well by technology that wasn't done well by technology 5 or 10 years ago. There's work that can be done in benchmarking that can help give you some transparency into that can help you challenge some of those questions. But that's really good feedback. And
Ms. Grabowski.
This is a very detailed comment, but it just was triggered by what Ms. Campbell said about our grant funded, that sometimes it turns into a program. And I don't know if we already do this, little bit of sidebar, but when I first moved to Savannah, I took a job that was funded by a grant. It was very
Right.
clear to me. It was a 1-year grant funded position, and I may or may not have a job after
Right.
that 1 year. So I don't know if we're being that clear with these grant funded positions or not.
And that's
We are.
actually
Okay.
something we've worked on
Okay.
in the last year. So
I actually bolster that by making sure the person signs something a couple of times a year that says, I realize I'm grant funded. Now, of course, if there's a position that we can move them into, we'll move them into that position, but we want to be very clear and explicit that if it's grant funded and the funding goes away,
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hope we achieve that balance of it's grant funded. We hope you do great, and we'll have another place for it. Right.
And that's been important, and I'm sure Ramon can speak to this more than I can, but the position control system is built to stop that from happening.
Correct, and it's also in the job descriptions. So whenever we have those positions, it's in the job description as well. So they start, and they sign the job description when they start. So we always make sure that happens too, along with the reminders that Dr. Watts mentions that go on throughout.
Dr. Howard Hall.
And not only grant positions, also state-funded positions and central office positions. They're not guaranteed yearly. I mean, it's
Well,
central office.
right, versus
At one time,
QBE-funded positions
Right, at
in
one
the
time, I
schools.
served as an REP lead math teacher for the district, with the understanding that if the state no longer funded, that position, so I ended up going to West Chatham teaching 4th grade.
Right.
So a lot of times, they get comfortable in central office positions as well. Also in the federal position, the program managers and things like that. So maybe in job descriptions, we should reference that it's not a guarantee that that position will always be available. The safest position, of course, is the classroom teacher position in most cases.
If I can explain a process that happens internally, Georgia law requires most of our staff are certified. So you have over 3,500, whatever, 3,600 staff that are certified. All of them are required to be issued a contract by May 15th of every year. However, for school-based staff, principals, teachers, obviously, they are issued contracts in February because we don't want them out there looking, right? But the rest of the staff, which are over 800 or so, maybe it's 400 or so, we issue those when we get to the May timeframe. Those are all central office positions. So every central office certified position, every year, it's known you're not in this first group. It's not till budget season, it's not till decisions are made before we can make sure we can offer you a contract for the next year. However, they are contracted. So there's also that side of it is, we'll have vacancies, we'll have other things you can always fall back to if that's what ends up happening on the certified side. It's the classified side, it's not as easy to do, but we certainly have that pathway that happens every year, and it's intentional for us to wait for the budget and know what's happening with the budget before contracts are offered to staff that are at central office that are certified.
good feedback.
Okay, any questions before we talk about decision-making criteria? Okay, so as we talk to you, the board, about the budget as we design it, the way that we want to plan the budget is to use a systematic approach that follows a sort of a process of using criteria to determine what we want to invest in. And so the decision sequence is laid out here is, first, we want to make sure we understand the baseline and mandatory costs. So personnel, especially the QBE-funded personnel, they have step and scale. We have step and scale obligations to them. Every teacher has some incremental pay increase that's associated with that step and scale obligation. We can't control the costs of changes in health insurance and other benefits. In some cases, we can, occasionally revisit how we contract for certain insurance, but for the most part, those things go through the state. Utilities, fuel, some things like, for example, some contracted services like trash, those things, they have incremental costs that grow along with inflation that we are subject to what the market offers us and how we participate in the market. And then some of those other, core operational requirements that are necessary to run the schools, just kind of keep the lights on, literally, that's one of them, and then other things that are necessary to keep the lights on. We also want to kind of going from that standpoint, we know where those big building blocks are. We want to make sure we're really clear on reflecting the true cost, which is, to your point, Mr. Kachmar, about not guessing low, understanding what the actual costs are associated with things that we know will grow, and having a plan to actually fund those total costs. We want to make sure we're reflecting, making sure we're eliminating some of the practices that have been challenging in the past. So vacancy savings have been, masking some recurring costs that maybe haven't been part of the budget planning process, but then do come up. An example I'd give there is that at times the district will buy vehicles towards the end of the year because there is savings that's helpful in funding purchasing vehicles. Those sorts of things should be done by capital planning and be more thoughtful rather than reactive to availability of funds. And so just highlight that managing those sorts of things, the use of vacancy, overtime and temporary staffing has not always been budgeted as accurately as it could in terms of where the overtime spend happens, and making sure that we're actually saying hey, what do we actually think we're going to use in overtime? Getting authorization from the board to plan for that overtime, spend that overtime because we know it's justifiable, asking the questions about how it's justified, and then paying for those things with the authorization of the board rather than, again, relying on vacancy savings, making sure that we're mindful of deferred maintenance or replacement needs and not sort of just catching them when we can, right? And paying for those things when we have the ability to do it, getting a lot more proactive about that. The operations team is thinking a lot more about that, I think, than they had in the past. And then make sure we understand or we eliminate the practice of one-time dollars supporting ongoing costs. We talked about grant-funded positions. So if we do have new funds, you all probably went through a ride of this with all of the, ESSER funding where we had positions that were funded by it, and some of those positions stayed around, making sure we're eliminating those practices to understand and plan for the true profile of the district. And then make sure that we're really clear on the places things are being spent, and make sure that true program costs are really well seen and reflected in what we're asking for, so that the budget that we request from the board is as transparent as possible in the beginning. So we're going to have a good picture of the baseline. We're going to update that to reflect true costs, and then prioritize strategic investments. So those are the high priority academic interventions, talent and pipeline investments, technology and AI readiness, attendance and behavior strategies that are the big building blocks of stabilizing and strengthening the schools. We want to ask for those strategic investments really clearly, and then also consider and address opportunities to reduce or realign. So whether those are programs that don't align well to our current strategy, maybe things that started because there was a grant and there's no grant anymore, things that reflect past strategies, things that were undertaken for the purpose of academic ROI that don't demonstrate academic ROI, sort of removing the things like duplicative supports and underutilized software and contracts, and then making sure we're closing vacant positions that aren't mission critical, so we're not passing a budget that's much larger than we'll actually spend because we can never fill the position, and then make sure that the activities are not, removing activities that have relatively weak outcome relative to their cost. So the question, for the board here is, how do you see these, this sort of decision-making criteria and sequence, feedback for us on things you want to make sure that we're taking into account as we consider and compile the budget? Any other thoughts?
Ms. Hall, and then Mr. Smith? Then Dr. Brinkman.
I hate to have to admit this, but in certain circles of the community, we are considered deadbeats because word is out that we don't pay our bills, and that we don't pay them on, I shouldn't say we don't pay them, we eventually pay them, but we don't pay them on time. And, I'm ready to fight. What do you mean? But actually, So I guess that would go under us checking our
Financial
system processes and that kind of thing, because Sean would remember one time we had this guy who sold us pizzas for lunch. He came to the board meeting to tell us that he wasn't getting paid. Do you remember that, Sean? Wasn't getting paid for the pizzas we were ordering for our kids. So while we're doing all this high-level planning and all with this money we have, let's make sure we're looking at our systems and seeing what's wrong, that when we've bought a service from somebody, we're not getting them paid in a timely fashion.
There's also the Paul Harvey rest of the story.
Yes.
Just remember that, too.
Yeah, but it was, at the time, it was very, but I do hear that often.
And thank you for that feedback. You might recall when we did an assessment and we briefed the board at I think it was the October board retreat, one of the areas that we identified some recommendations around was in the accounts payable process. And one of the things that the accounts payable team's been working on is onboarding vendors into electronic payment processes that remove that need for paper checks, which is one of the things that's caused delay because there's more controls required around paper checks. There's also some changes to the financial management information system infrastructure to better match POs. I can say as a district vendor, this affects us. Like, we can see it changing. We can see having to participate in it. They are definitely making progress. And as we finish the budget process, our team will be supporting kind of a health check on those things that were part of that initial assessment that we briefed you on last October.
Be sure that we have the people in place that we need. If we have a department that it's been determined to run well, we need 5 people in that department, and we're running it on 2, then that is in no way helping us that we've saved those 3 salaries, but the department is falling apart. So we have to make sure that all of that is aligned, and that, I understand that those who are quick to say how bloated central office is, but central office runs the system, and we've got to have people there to do what, because, a lot of this, Dr. Watts, it's hearsay, so I'm not saying that all this is so, but when I hear from constituents that kind of thing, we haven't gotten paid, it's very hard as a politician to swallow that.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you for your presentation thus far. Quick question for you. Is it possible for you to give us expenditures that fall under each category? Just for food for thought.
Oh, yeah, just sort of examples.
Yes.
Yeah, so, the baseline and mandatory cost is probably the easiest one, right? So the things that we see, the biggest thing that will drive change there is your grades and steps for employees. So as they move a year into their seniority, they have changes in their salary that's based on the salary scale. That's before you do any cost of living adjustments. So the district typically provides like a 2-part pay raise for teachers that would be partially based on their grade and their step, and then their cost of living adjustment. Health insurance costs, the state, we participate in the state's health plan, and so the state's health plan cost for participation changes over time and is getting more expensive. So those mandatory costs, utilities, those things are all very difficult for the district to control directly. You could say how many buildings do we have the lights on in, you can say how many employees do we pay insurance for, but when it comes to the actual cost per unit of utility or cost per unit of insurance, we can't control those things.
State passed literacy, says you gotta have high-quality instructional materials, but they don't give us the money to do that. Or cell phones can't be used.
Cell phone pouches.
They don't give us the money for the cell phone pouches. We have to, those are what we're referring to when we say mandatory costs, unfunded.
And in reflections of true cost are things that maybe we didn't plan for, but we ended up spending in the past. You've all seen you can kind of feel like the sky is falling when you say, oh, the budget's going to balance, and then we have a big surplus every year, and we fight to get the budget balanced, and we have a surplus every year. And what's happening is in that environment, we end up paying for things through that surplus that maybe were not initially envisioned and planned, or maybe they weren't planned specific to a department The one that we spent a good bit of time talking about in the last couple of weeks is the overtime, making sure that we know there's a certain degree of overtime that's necessary for transportation. There is a certain degree of overtime that's necessary for facilities maintenance. There is a trade-off that happens between the cost of hiring a permanent employee that has benefits and paying another person time and a half or double time. Those things should be planned for in advance rather than just reactive and saying, oh, let's just throw overtime at it, because if you don't know what your budget is for it, you can't use a budget to actuals report to monitor for it to know that there's a problem if you're overspending it, right? So you have a plan, monitor that spend. Deferred maintenance and replacement needs. I think the big one that stands out in my mind is vehicles. Like, if you know you're going to need vehicles, you have a 5-year replacement or a 100,000-mile replacement or whatever your criteria are for those, you want to actually start building that. And it's a multi-year process to build a multi-year capital plan. But rather than saying, hey, we'll see when we have some money, you want to say, because it could be cost ineffective to wait and see when you have money. You all have been at that point where you've got a car, it's got 160,000 miles on it. And it's like, I think this is costing me more than it would. You want to have the district not be in that place. You want to have the district be in a place of proactive replacement for big capital elevators. Megan can probably go on all day around these elevators, roofs, windows. Those are things that are, typically should be part of a capital budgeting project process that the district has historically relied upon savings in other areas to provide for. And so again, when you don't have a plan, you can't monitor your spend against that plan and say, are we over or are we under? So those are the sort of reflections of true costs. Strategic investments, I'm going to look to Dr. Watts.
Life example of an unintended consequence that actually came from the horseshoe that I've acted on, but it's had a monetary implication. So around facility use, of course, we want to be able to invite our community to use the facilities. But in doing that, you have to have someone there to open the building, close the building, clean the building,
Really good
police
true
there
cost.
to secure the building. And so what we have noticed now is that because we are approving more facility uses, we are actually over double what we spent last year in terms of cost for people to, our campus police to be there, our custodians to be
Right.
there. We have doubled our overtime cost. Because you can't just say, go use the building and not have people there to open and close, clean, and supervise. They do pay, but it's not to the level that we need to fund the overtime. And that's also another thing that contributes to people just feeling burnt out.
Right.
They end up going beyond their hours, and it's a hit to the department, so it's overtime.
And that's a good point, Kurt. I think
And then we got to fund it.
Then we have to fund it.
So we need to change how we're charging those people that are using the facilities.
We're
Right,
gonna
so
be
the person that
examining
makes the
next year.
decision about opening the facility is owning the budget for staffing that, right? So it doesn't just go, there's a problem where one person makes a decision and then someone else pays the cost when it comes to overtime and
Well,
cleaning.
it's a couple of things. It's not just the cost. I had a conversation with Chief Enoch this week. It's also the burnout. Our staff, they're working a regular 50 to 60-hour week, right? I say regular because most educators don't just work 40. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, they're having to go man these events. And so after a while, that just begins, they want to do it and they're doing it, but I'm concerned about cost and burnout.
And when would that be evaluated? You said next
Who
year?
said that?
Paul, I did.
So next year, we are going to take a deep dive look at all of it and try to figure out how to right-size it. Like I've asked Chief Enoch, can we ask our municipality police to support some of the overtime services? Well, we can, but now we're halfway through the year, so we've already spent it. So we gotta right-size it now. We gotta have the discussion about how to right-size it so that next year we have a better plan.
As it comes to the budget process, though, we're budgeting for it now, right? So you probably will see, oh, we're planning on this many dollars of overtime. You have not seen that at that scale before, but the district has been paying for it at that scale before. So we want to
just
make sure
haven't
that's
seen
really
it.
transparent to you, and the district can keep looking at, studying, solving that problem, because they have targets, they can see how we spend against those targets.
Okay, I forgot. Oh, Dr. Bringman.
Yeah, I'd like to see between baseline mandatory costs and reduction or redesigns, just property. like, all of our properties kind of fall into both of those. Like, we need to redesign, utilize what spaces are underutilized, what spaces are overutilized, and then that kind of feeds into the baseline mandatory cost, because it would actually change some of those core operational requirements to run a school, because we wouldn't have two schools operating at 40% capacity, which would change part of the 85% personnel and remove some of the vacant lines, because those teachers could move into other schools, so we could have schools running closer to an 80+% occupancy. And I don't know how that fits into your green, yellow.
Well, that's a really important point, and I know it's front of mind for Dr. Watts and Dr. Taylor to think about how the school footprint serves kids where they are right now. The process of understanding and planning that starts in facilities. Having a good facility condition assessment, adequacy assessment, those are the inputs to a demographer report. But this is a multi-year process that the district is planning
And I know
on.
that's not going to be a part of this budget, no, but it's going to create hard decisions for this line of the horseshoe, because we've got a lot of schools running at low facility indexes that are serving very, very small populations.
Updated facility condition assessment, as well as we are going to be exploring space utilization software. So no longer could you have a Miss Vacant assigned to a space, so that we can
That's a
make
joke.
or everybody
Well, actually, it's
is.
not a joke. It's
We know who is in what space and how it's being utilized.
Ms. Grabowski, Dr. Howard Hall, who else?
Am I next? Okay. I don't even remember what I was gonna say now. So, under the baseline and mandatory cost, a couple of comments on that one. So this is where I think, like, a policy discussion from the board could be helpful. So, for example, for our district, somebody just got coffee. For our district, our district prioritizes nurses in every school, band, music, art. Like, to me, like, having a board discussion, are we all in agreement these are baseline costs? Because from the state level, they're not.
Agreed.
And if we're talking about our people, that's a lot of people. So to me, that would be a helpful discussion.
I have defined those things not as mandatory for myself, but
Okay.
you're right. It would be important for us to get clarity.
Right.
It would be important for me to get clarity. When I hear baseline, I think about what is the bare minimum that we need to run the district. Everything else to me is a strategic investment. It's an intentional, strategic investment because we're trying to get an outcome out of it.
Okay. So then I guess that discussion of where things are categorized is
But
helpful too.
what you just said would be helpful to me, because if you all are saying to me that nurses are absolutely mandatory, no matter what,
Mm-hmm.
we are going to preserve nurses or a police officer in every building, then yes, it does need to go in that bucket, and that's a different conversation.
Or maybe it moved, maybe there's a bucket in between of baseline, like baseline state of Georgia, whatever, and then baseline, like what is our baseline? Does that make sense? So that we know
Sure.
where we have that kind of flex room if we should need it.
Right.
The other point I will make, this will not be a surprise, under the baseline cost is, I agree that to an extent, some of those things of utilities and fuel are baseline cost. I'm really happy I drive an EV right now. I'm just saying.
I don't know, but you support that guy.
He wasn't that guy when I bought it.
I like him.
But my point is that we got a grant for the EV buses, and I think we're kind of backing away from, I don't know where we are on that. I know that they have challenges. Solar panels, I'll use solar panels, right? So we know when we put solar panels on our buildings, we can reduce the utility cost. So I want us to also be thoughtful about that. And then when we get into the conversation of, I agree 100%, we need to be more fully utilizing our schools. But let's also be creative that if we have a school that's at 50% and we want to increase early childhood education, can we innovate and partner with childcare to use the other half of the building as opposed to closing the school. So those are my things.
Dr. Howell?
When we talk about utilizing space, what does that look like for us energy costs? Because even though it's 50% half empty, half full,
Gotta cool the whole building.
Right,
You
yeah.
gotta heat the whole
You
building.
still have to
That
cool
it
and heat,
supports Dr. Bringman's point about the efficiencies that can be yielded from footprint changes. There's almost nothing you can do that will yield the kind of non-student impacting savings that footprint changes will. They're very hard to do, but
Right. It doubles too with Mr. Grabowski's point about can we have other uses of those spaces where we could actually be getting money.
right. So the caution would be that many districts go into with a really positive idea about how we're going to support the community with these assets, and then they never end up shedding the cost, and they never end up recouping. Like, we're not good at charging people right now for the full cost of using our facilities. We need to make sure that changes before we use like renting our facility to someone else as a way to generate revenue. And that's really like important to that school footprint optimization is what else has meaningful uses, what has community uses that can generate revenue, what's our trade-off between community use that generates a little less revenue versus monetizing the property altogether. That's all part of like a very intricate decision-making process that starts again with that facility condition assessment, enrollment, forecasts, and demographics.
Bless you. I'm sorry. What? Yeah, Dr. Howell. All right. Yeah. Keep going, Dr. Howell. Are you finished? It was Ms. Okay.
You got a blind side.
Okay.
The
That's right. Ms.
setup
Hall.
here today is not conducive to him seeing all board members. So, go on, please. Okay. We're talking about baseline costs, and I still say we haven't fully fleshed out what the baseline experience is. So if I'm a kid at Haven, can I expect if I get sick that there'll be a nurse there to help me until my mom can get there to see about me? Or is that not part of the baseline experience because we've decided we don't need a nurse at every
That's the
school
discussion we
because
need
of
to have.
costs?
Right,
So
that's the discussion.
I'm still wanting to flush out what
What
is
is
the thing that every one of our kids can expect before it goes into diversity of experience and all of that.
Yes.
Is having someone there to help me when I'm sick a baseline experience? Because if we're saying that, and Dr. Watts isn't going to say we don't need nurses at every building if we do. So she might have an idea that I don't see yet, that, you know, the nurse can be here half a day, or a third, although I wouldn't want to be that nurse running to all those different places and not really getting to know my student body. But we need to know what that experience is, and I still really haven't heard it today.
Yes. I like the push there because it connects back to the strategic plan conversation and the need to define the experience. And then from the experience, we can decide, because that is the baseline. And then we know what all goes in that bucket. Right now, I think we have different definitions of baseline.
Right.
Mr. Kaczmarek.
So on that comment, our baseline is what our current budget is that was approved by 5 board members or more. And the way we develop what our baseline is through our finance committee meetings throughout the year, especially in the spring, and then we vote on the budget in June. If we sit here and say, let's come up with a list of our baseline, I mean, it's analysis by,
Right.
it's paralysis by analysis. So I think it's a moving process. We've already identified our baseline by past budget approvals, and redesignating what our baseline is happens every year when we talk about ongoing costs, ongoing budget analysis, and then coming up with a final budget. So I don't know if we have to come up with a 72-page list of nurse in every school, 1, armed SRO in every school, 2, transportation no longer than 42.5 minutes, 3, you know.
But Sean, that's the
but-
very thing.
But what I'm saying is, we've already made a lot of those decisions in our budget, and if we get into that level of detail, we're never gonna get anywhere. So all I'm saying is, starting where our budget is now, what do we like about it? Okay, that's a baseline, because the 5 board members said that we like that. What do we not like about it? I don't like that we're not providing subsidized childcare and we have empty buildings. That's my baseline, right? But it's not in the budget. So if I can get 4 other board members to agree, suddenly that's the baseline for this district.
I never thought about previous budgets being the baseline, so
But that's,
I
they're
probably need to get.
expressions of our policy, and
Stacy said that this could be a conversation. It's hard to do that when it's a raise your hand and get called on to have actually a conversation, but what Sean was saying, I mean, since that was rebutting what I was saying, I'd just like to address him, that's why we don't have consistency, because we're talking about baseline cost. The budget is what things cost, but we haven't really said, this is what a baseline quality experience looks like for a kid. Now, I don't think we need 72 pages, but that's why you go in one classroom at a school and you see our children are getting a totally different experience from going in another classroom, same grade level on the other side of town, and they're not getting half of the wonderful things in that classroom that they're getting over here. So there is a need for that experience. What is it like for a kid at a day at this school that's consistent with every other kid going to school in our district? I think that's what the superintendent is saying a baseline experience is.
Right.
So if we don't talk about whether there's a nurse or not, whether there's a SRO, if you don't deem that we need a SRO at our school, when do we ever decide this is the common experience we can give our kids? And where does the consistency start?
okay, but you're going back and forth between micro and macro. You started talking about a nurse in every school. We voted on a nurse in every school, and we've approved that budget line item. We've talked about an armed SRO in schools, and we voted on that budget line item. The macro of what's happening in this 3rd grade classroom in one school versus what's happening in a 3rd grade classroom in another school is an analysis of, do they have the access to the same materials? If so, what is the delta? And the
Yeah, the
delta,
same materials, the same level of quality.
But the delta then is,
instruction. I'm sorry.
The
But
delta-
This is a conversation, Sean. See, that's
Okay,
what I'm
but-
saying, so
so
I'm
let
not
me-
interrupting you. We're having a conversation.
but I haven't even finished my
Okay.
thought
All
yet.
right,
So,
go
but
on.
the
I'm
delta
sorry.
is the teacher getting the same professional development, is the teacher of the same quality, right?
That's right.
That's what you're getting at, but that's not something you budget for unless it's professional development and professional analysis.
So then why are they saying we're going to talk about a baseline experience that we can say to the public, every child who comes into our care is going to have? Why are we even
I
saying
think-
that?
I think it
What
might
they're
be-
saying-
That's not possible.
I think it might be helpful to think about what we're talking about here when it comes to baseline and mandatory costs is like kind of the process by which we build the budget is a little bit, obviously it should be informed by, but it's separate from what it sounds like a very necessary and thoughtful effort about what are the things we need to be true for each student in our classroom. So when we think about building the baseline and mandatory costs, this is how do we keep operating the district safely? How do we keep operating to every mandate that's required? And how do we, how do we meet the obligations that we have to the community, to parents, to their children? I think what you're talking about, Ms. Hall, is a great point and relates to what Dr. Watson and Dr. Taylor referenced earlier about getting better alignment on what that core student experience needs to look like. And I think that that's part of continuing through the tactics of what the strategy looks like. So I don't want to say that this is obviously very important to talk about here, but we're really focused on how do you put the money behind the things that we don't have the ability to change at this point in the budget before we start thinking about what are we strategically investing in.
So the reason I originally raised my hand was about the facilities discussion. Didn't we do this 2 years ago? And just try to decide what properties we could consolidate or sell, and we ended up, we haven't sold anything yet, we haven't consolidated anything yet.
So
what-
we haven't sold anything yet, because I still need some movement of some departments out of some spaces to put one of those properties potentially on sale. We have, I mean, that's really the only building we have that would be available to sell.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah, due diligence is selling, we're selling that, and also the charter school, we sold that building. So some buildings have been sold, and I'm in the process of selling potentially one or two more, but there's still departments lingering in those buildings that I've got to get them out to actually sell the property.
And then the other thing is, we have leased property successfully. We leased Thunderbolt to film production companies and tried to incorporate our film students, some learning opportunities there.
But that building's been sold.
I understand, but there's opportunities to do things like that with space. So it's not, we've done it before and done it successfully.
In terms of consolidation, though, I think that's probably the next place we have to go.
Ms. Campbell?
So I surprisingly, I kind of disagree with Sean. I think there is a reason for, there is a reason for doing the baseline assessment, and it doesn't have to be 72 pages. But we got an audit with A&M for the sake of streamlining our budget and for understanding the way our finance department was working and making sure we were doing things as effectively as we could. So I mean, I was not on the board in the past when these things were happening, but I can say that, like, SROs, especially nurses in every school, that was, from my understanding, a result of ESSER funds. And then we kept them in the schools once this was before COVID.
Oh, yeah.
In every school?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, that's fair. I think it's something that we should loop around to, though. Like, regardless of the circumstance, I think that we need to constrain ourselves in some ways. And if it means that some students have more needs, then they have more needs, and maybe we need to focus staffing in that direction. But there may be places that we aren't needed, and Lord willing, we aren't going to need as many SROs in schools at some point, right? Like, the goal is to keep our schools safe and keep behavior in check. And, you know, I guess I would love like a baseline assessment of what's necessary. I think that would be great for us to discuss even publicly, and vote on is fine with me, but where we're all sort of on the same page and we all agree, or the majority agrees with what need actually looks like.
That's great feedback, and I think as we've presented this here, our goal is to help you understand kind of what you can hope to see as we present summaries, and we want to give more transparency into what's mandated, what cost growth we can't control, and which things we can control. And I think it would be interesting, and we can support looking at the difference between what the state funds from a staffing perspective and what we do, in a way that you make sure you kind of understand that is a decision the board is making. That is not something that we're required to do. And that's all spelled out really clearly, the way the QBE funding only funds certain positions, and the positions that are funded on a campus are pretty narrowly limited. The rest of that, you have to sort of think of it as being funded by local dollars. So those things that you've said are decisions that the board has made, like having an SRO in every building, having a nurse in every building, those are, and I think also like librarians in some cases are in that category, right? Those are not dollar for dollar funded by the state. So by default, you've decided as a board you want to fund them from local funds. Those are the big blocks of trade-offs that actually can have a bigger influence on the budget than what the departments can do, because so much of the department budgets are fixed. Like operations budget is, so much of it is fixed. That's the biggest sort of fix. There's utilities and those sorts of things that you can't control. So we want to make sure we make that visible to you as we progress through this process in April and May, and that's what we're going to try to do for you.
I appreciate that. And just to reiterate too, it's not that I'm necessarily, I need to give this thought, but it's not that I'm for or against any of that. I think it's important that the public see that. When we hear things like about Beloit and Central and no one knows, like I couldn't tell you you know, if that's true or not, because none of us have the exact org chart. It's a lot of speculation, but I think the public would be very pleased to know that some of the things that we actually do fund that are above and beyond are not just like excesses. It's like, we pay for local teachers and we have state funding for teachers, and it's not just, and it's not just an extra nurse or an SRO in every school. Sometimes it's an art teacher or an extra second grade teacher, right? Because we have more students. So I think that would all be good to know what our mandated costs are versus what is chosen, because some of the choices are good.
This hasn't materialized, but I envisioned through those conversations, if we could show the public what education would look like in our district if it was solely dependent on what state funded. Because we as a district have gotten so accustomed to things that we think those things are baseline. But a nurse in every school is not baseline. I think the state only pays for one accountant for the whole district, for almost $1 billion budget. The state gives us money for one accountant. Not a CFO. How many?
0 HR.
Nobody in HR.
No IT.
No IT. All of our programs that art teacher, those are all locally funded. It would be a very bare structure if we just focused on what the state funded us and we did not have local revenue. So I agree that if we could get some kind of visual that would show people, this is what it looks like, bare bones, and these are the other things that we have that sometimes we forget that we.
Yeah, and the data infrastructure is there for us to show it that way, so we can do that as we summarize things.
Okay, hang on. Ms. Kowalski has been like.
Well, no, it's just, and we have asked for that before, and
Yes.
we kind of got it, but I don't think in a way that really translated.
I want to
very
see it, but I
well.
think there's a way we can show it in like
Oh,
a
there's absolutely a way.
picture
Like
or
visually, like-
visual that's.
Yes. So, kind of getting to the point about the baseline experience and the comments you were making about teachers, I think one of the challenges is, when we talk about and this is where my request comes from as far as understanding grant funding. So, Ms. Connie, we hear you talk about paraprofessionals, but we also know that principals have flexibility, at least my understanding, around some of their Title I funds, that they can use some of those for additional paraprofessionals. So one school might have a lot more paraprofessionals because of a local decision made at that school with federal dollars. That is not, and so how do you, so do we change that practice that says and that's where I'm kind of talking about too, that the baseline versus the flexibility. Because if we want a baseline experience where everyone has a paraprofessional, we got Title I dollars to do it, are we going to force that direction and take that flexibility away from principals? Or are we going to try and have the conversation of, well, this principal feels that the best use of their Title I, so it's not that simple, right? Like we talk about.
And so in some districts, they have what's called a Title I set aside, and there is an amount of money that's kept at the district level. And you can do an initiative like a paraprofessional in every classroom, right? But in Savannah Chatham County Public School System, we allocate almost every dollar to the school level. And then it becomes a site-based decision-making.
So that, for me, as a board member, would be really helpful to understand your team's recommendations on what our best practices should be and how we're allocating those dollars. That's y'all's wheelhouse, that's not mine. But it's important for me as a board member to understand how those federal dollars are being used and how we may need to supplement them with local dollars to provide that baseline experience.
I think that's a great idea for like framing some of the conversation we have in the second half of April around what we're funding and what our priorities are, to kind of show you the color of money that funds all of the positions in the district, because it's very different. The decision-making process is different. If it's funded by QBE, you guys don't really even need to talk about it. Right? If it's funded by Title I, maybe you can guide it a little, but you're not going to say no to it. And then if it's funded by local funds, then there's a lot more influence there. So that sort of color of money view can be helpful, and we can put something together that helps facilitate that.
I can totally.
Dr. Howard Hall, then Dr. Brinkman.
Yes, first I was going to mention the contingency regarding the $2,000 bonus from the governor, because that would not cover all teachers. For example, our federal and also other employees.
Right.
And in most cases, we provide the benefits from the top
Right.
so that the employers can see the full benefits of the $2,000, which was not originally budgeted at the beginning of the year because we didn't know anything about that the governor would give the $2,000. And then my next point is, with Title I, it is a local decision. It depends on the poverty percentage
Right, of the school.
as far as how they want to expend those funds per grade span. We don't have to serve high school. We don't have to serve middle. We can put it all from K to 5. That's a local decision regarding those funds, and something that Ms. Hall mentioned regarding a child's experience. Our Title I schools shouldn't have any complaints because we have an $18 million budget yearly. I'm just giving an estimate. And those schools receive millions of dollars. And those decisions are site-based regarding how those funds are expended and the success of these students. However, we're getting the same results in some cases. So that, I just thought I'd mention all of that all together. But to go back to the first observation regarding the $2,000 bonus, so that's contingency, right? That's
Well, that's a strategic investment, right? That's one of the things that the district needs to make a decision about. If it's something that you feel rewards and retains the best talent and is important. So we think about it in the decision sequence of building the budget. That's a big block of money that you need to align on, whether it's strategically important or not. It shouldn't be decided by default.
Dr. Freeman?
That's not, my comments were not going to answer any of these key questions for the board, so we can move on.
Okay, I'm going to turn it to John to talk about budget reduction principles. Oh, sorry.
Just as we decided that the Ignite program would be piloted at certain schools, let's see how it does, and we've seen it's done very well. Okay, so now we're going to expand it. My thought about paras in classrooms, that's something that we could see. Let's see what happens if there's a positive change in these 6 schools where we put paras, especially in every classroom of a brand-new teacher. Let's see from those 6 schools what happens there. That's not saying it has to happen across the whole district at one time, but pilot it and let's see. Because the first thing we said this morning is we're going to try to align what's happening at the schools with what our strategic plan is. There's going to be a marriage there. So let's see then what happens if we do those kinds of things. And if it works and it's wonderful, then yes, let's spread it even more, whether it's Title I school or not. And not just say, well, this principal decided, nah, she didn't want to have paras in the classrooms, so they're not having it. So, Dr. Watts, how do you feel about that?
You'll see some of that in your, next month when we bring some of our recommendations to you. Some of what you just said, you'll see some of that.
Okay, thank you.
John.
Alrighty, so now we're going to take a couple moments to really spend some time trying to align on the framework, the principles that we're going to use as we evaluate programs, particularly those that may be something that's up for a cut or reduction or reallocation of funds to something else. And so at the beginning of the conversation, we outlined 3 key guiding budget principles, which were evidence of impact, strategic value, and financial stewardship. And so those same principles that are, a core piece of how we build the budget or how we ask for new initiatives or new investments are also the same view, are also going to inform the same view that we use to evaluate currently existing programs or initiatives. And so in terms of evidence of impact, we're going to be asking things like, is this program, is this software being accessed by students? Is it being used? Are there ways to measure outcomes related to this program or this, piece of software, whatever it may be? And how can we demonstrate the effectiveness? The next sort of way we think about that is going to be strategic value. Yes or no, is this aligned with our strategic vision? Is it aligned with our strategic priorities? Is it aligned with our values? And then lastly, it's the financial stewardship pieces. Is there a way to achieve the same outcome with less dollars and free up dollars for, other investments or other things across the district? And so we're really, had those 3 buckets of questions, and, combining the insights that we get from asking those very critical questions and using those to guide how we think about reducing certain programs or reallocating funds elsewhere. Now, as we, get to that process of maybe making trade-offs or cutoffs in certain programs, there's a couple key reduction principles that we want to make sure we don't lose sight of. And so first and foremost, the very first thing we want to do is making sure we're protecting the health, safety of students, and also running our district in a way that's legally compliant with any mandates or statutes that we have to abide by. The next thing is we don't want to sacrifice the student experience. And so while we understand that there may be certain programs that may not work as well as we thought, instead of just saying, we're going to cut those, what we're really doing is reallocating that money or putting that money into things that serve students better. The last piece of this is really reducing reliance on, low effective programs, as well as using one-time workarounds, vacancy savings, and things that we've spent some time earlier discussing to fund other expenses that come up. And so we want to really make sure we're not relying on, vacancy savings or any of those things to fund expenses that may not have been planned for initially within the budget. And so, all that in summary, the idea is that we really want to have a more diligent, a more detailed, a more thoughtful approach to how we make trade-offs, how we make reductions to our budget that is bigger than just saying, taking out things that are away from the classroom, right? There are very important core key central functions that have to happen to operate the school district that we don't want to lose sight of as we're going through and evaluating some programs to look for money to put into other initiatives or other priorities that we may have. Before we jump ahead to building the budget, are there any questions, comments, concerns?
Again, I don't really like this mindset of budget reduction principles. I really think it needs to be more about stewardship and if our budget is what it needs to be, our budget is what it needs to be. I'm not saying it is, but I don't know. I just is that? I see a look, Dr. Watts.
This is where I
know
sort of
it's
kind
not
of get
helping.
mixed messages
I get it.
from you all. I hear some people say we ought to be cutting the millage rate and lowering expenses. And then on the other side of it, I hear, no, ask for what you need. And don't worry about, we'll figure out how we're going to pay for it, ask for what you need. This is where I continue to get mixed messages.
And I think that's because you got 9 different people you're hearing
Right.
from, and we're not all on the same page. True. Fundamentally, I think we're not all on the same page.
Right. And so that's where I'm
so-
struggling a little bit.
So I know that we have, I would love to reduce the budget too. I'd love to reduce the millage, I'd love to reduce the budget. But my goal is not to reduce the budget. My goal is to provide excellent education.
And I think what we're hoping to achieve here today is recognizing, making the right decisions about what to do more of
Yeah.
and what to do less of is what stewardship means.
Right.
And what we want to do is make sure we hear from you what your vision for the less of means. Stewardship means something different to everybody, right? Everybody has a different tolerance for taxation. They have different expectations for academic achievement and college readiness. And so what we're hoping to do with the conversation we're having today is hear from you. How do you think about this? What do you think of as what you want to see less of? Are we thinking about stewardship with the same lens towards more of and less of that you do? And if we're missing something in the way we think about it, we want to hear from, we want to hear that now, not in June, when we're, when we have a full budget in front of you.
Yeah, I just think I would favor high quality, high yield investment, even if it costs more, over a goal of let's just get some money out of the budget. But I'm not going to favor, there has to be a rationale
Right.
behind it. So, I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense at all, but
This is the part that got us to where we got last year, right?
Right.
Where I thought all along that I was supposed to be presenting what we needed. And we did that. And then we got to the June vote and hands didn't go up. And I was dismayed. So that's why we're trying to have this discussion on the front end.
Right.
So that I can understand, because if you all remember, last year, I also cut almost, 12 million? So I tried to do both. I cut 12 million.
Right.
But I also asked you for what I needed. And what I needed was more than what you spent the year before. And again, hands didn't go up. So I'm trying to figure out what the balance is, and I don't know the answer. I'm still grappling with the answer.
And our goal isn't to answer the question fully with you today, it's to start the conversation, and there will be things that are at that strategic level that Dr. Watts will want to bring forward and say, I believe this is an important part of our budget that strategically meets that stewardship expectation that you have. We just want to make sure that we're aligned with how you view that before we go into proposing those things.
If I could tell you, if, to me, and when I think about how this could reach an ideal state, if I can convince you in April that I have done due diligence in looking at everything and answering all of these questions, and I am bringing to you a package that I think will advance our strategic priorities, I'm not going to worry about how much it costs. So I'm going into it with a very different mindset. I'm going to do my due diligence in making reductions and eliminating programs, and I'm going to bring to you what I think is needed, and whatever that is, that's what it is. And then we can pull out the forecast tool, and you all can get in there and play with the millage rate and figure out, okay, well, you can decide, right? We either want to spend what this outcome is that Dr. Watts is presenting, and if we do want to spend that, then we have to play with the millage rate to figure out how to do that. Or, nope, what she's bringing forth is not what we want to spend, and we want to lower the millage rate. And then we have to go back to the table and decide what comes off the list. That's the only approach I know to how to do this.
Ms. Campbell, Ms. Hall, who else?
I agree with Ms. Grabowski. I think even though we see it, I think completely differently. Like, I think we're on either side.
Like, we're not that far apart.
Yeah, but we're not, because I think what she's asking for is like, but give me a reason why we need to cut it. Like, if you're saying we need it, we need it. And I'm saying the opposite side, which is show me a reason you need more, right? Because even before you, and I can say this unabashedly because most of this was not even under you. So I have seen years and years and years of outpacing inflation, budget inflation. And then, like, we have a literacy rate that's abysmal, right? So without being too critical of any specific person or party, I just want ROI on what we have taxed people for. So I guess for me, it's like if we were killing it in this district and we were just like every child was succeeding and every kid could read, you would have to convince me that we don't need more money every year for the same thing. I would be down. It's just that we have accepted that everything costs more every year to the tune of so much more that we end up putting more money in our unreserved fund balance and still shifting money around within because it's extra. And so we do all these change orders when really we just didn't know how much we needed and we didn't have a lot to show for it that was positive. So I just want to know that I fully trust the direction that Dr. Watts and team are going. I think they have proven that they have thought very well about all of this, very thoroughly. I think both of our sides could benefit from kind of seeing like, here's the trade-off, because we never see that. We kind of see this is what we want to do, but we're always going to start from here again, if that makes sense. I would rather kind of see where we're at, what we're paying for now that's successful, and then go from there. Like, this is what we want to do, and here are the metrics where you can measure if it's working. And you've been doing that, Dr. Taylor. So, does that make sense? Like how I'm saying, you don't have to line itemize everything. I know that's not my lane, but I would like to see what's working and see why we can't trade it off for what you want to do versus fund extra for what we want to do.
I got it.
Okay.
And I may be getting too caught up in semantics of seeing budget reduction. Like, if that word just said stewardship principles, you could still do the exact same thing, but it's through the lens of wise financial responsibility.
Okay.
You know, does that help?
That makes perfect sense, yes.
Yeah, that's good feedback, thank you.
Ms. Hall?
Dr. Watts, if you come to us and say that you have done your due diligence and this is what you need and this is what you think is best, I believe you'll have the consensus of at least 5 people and hopefully more. You may never have the unanimous decision, that would be great, but I think Denise's idea is something you can build consensus around. We want our children to have a fine education. Isn't that what you said, Denise? So, I don't want you to be worried that you're gonna do all this work and the staff is gonna do all this work and then we're gonna be the skunks at the party. I think if we do our due diligence and think beyond our own, you know, just personal, foibles or, you know, things that we want, we can build consensus. And I think we kind of do have consensus, mainly. I don't think any of us are real far apart. But be assured that we're going to follow your lead in terms of going forward what's best. So you don't need to lose sleep over that.
I don't know if that's gonna ever happen, but I lose a lot of sleep, but.
And things that we're asking.
I've been thinking about this a lot. I tend to disagree. I think that Ms. Hall, I'm about to agree with you. No, I said I'm about to agree with you. I think, and I don't think it's gonna be 72 pages. I think I think we should communicate what the basic experience that all of our kids should have. Because y'all know that I'm gonna say every kid should have music. Should have music. I think every middle and well, every school, but especially every middle and high school should have choir. I think that's, like, you know, I get reports every year on the kids that get to go to Allstate. And it's always the same schools. And it's the same schools because the other schools don't have it. And I think that is unequal. So, and I'm sure everyone else has other subjects that they're passionate about, but I think we need to at least express that. All right. It's with you.
So we don't need to spend too much time on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Howard.
I'm just sitting here thinking and contemplating. I wasn't going to say anything, but Dr. Watts, you mentioned that what Savannah Chatham County does regarding Title I and federal funds. You're the superintendent.
Yes, ma'am.
Tag, you're it.
All day, every day. I understand.
So,
I got it.
All right.
so we don't need to spend too much time on this, but just kind of reflecting on the last conversation we had, we think it's important to draw out the difference between the things that are incremental and mandatory and the things that are strategic decisions. Just going to talk through real quick the things we know that are incremental and mandatory.
Right, so that we've bucketed these into 5 different categories, but the idea for the baseline budget is we really want to identify the categories of costs and the type of costs that are necessary, that are, you know, non-discretionary, that kind of need to happen in order to operate the school district. And so, you know, I know we've talked about a couple of these things here and there throughout the day, so I'll go really quickly here, but, you know, first and foremost, we want to make sure all the basic functions of administering safe facilities are funded and able to, you know, operate at a level necessary. And so that's anything from, you know, heating, fuel, electricity, et cetera, at all your facilities. And so these things are foundational for every school across the district, and we don't have a ton of wiggle room in terms of how we approach those costs. We've spent a ton of time talking about personnel, steps, and benefits today, but generally the idea is that, with the different teachers, there are certain pay increases that are mandated in their salary schedules. The same thing with state and health benefits plans and retirement systems. Changes to employer contributions to those are not determined by the school district itself. And so those are sort of things that we are kind of, I don't want to use the word stuck with, but those are things we have to account for, and there's not any way around. We've said inflation a ton. Someone said inflation earlier today, so I won't jump into that one in too much detail. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, costs are rising in a lot of key areas, namely, for example, insurance costs. And so, for all of our facilities, school buildings, property, we are required to maintain some level of insurance to protect those public assets. And so that's definitely a cost you'll see. In a couple of weeks when you all do see the budget, we will see some increases in the cost for insurance. Lastly, there's this bit of unfunded mandates and then upcoming legislation that's going to impact things that we need to spend on, as well as impact our potential revenue pictures. So examples of those, I believe last year there was House Bill 268, which was a School Safety Act that required a lot of enhancements to our facilities in terms of safety precautions, such as like panic alert systems and things like that. And while the state may have provided, partial funding for those things, it's generally not enough to cover the entire cost of implementing those programs. And so we need to make sure we're being good stewards and we're getting those things done that we're mandated to do by the legislature.
I really like these buckets, and I think they're super helpful in being able to show, again, how much is federal, how much is state, and how much is local. And each of these buckets, I think, is a helpful tool. I have a question for Mr. Ray. Have we evaluated, when we look at our step increases, is it a pretty steady trend of seniority among our teachers, since that's one of the big drivers of our personnel cost? How much of our increase in personnel cost is because of step raises? Does that make sense? Have we ever evaluated that?
How much of our increase is related to step increases as far as the percentage? I would say we have probably at least 93% of the employees receive a step increase every year, meaning they're eligible, meaning they've worked at least 63% of the school year. What that number represents has been inconsistent, I think, with the Evergreen study last year and what the board approved. It's more consistent now. We might be able to get a number this year and actually see it. We certainly before couldn't, but now with Evergreen, they did equal out those scales. So we have a truer number between steps that we did not have before.
And I guess another way of asking it is, if we had 100 teachers that were first-year teachers, the cost would be this. If we have 100 teachers that have been teaching for 20 years,
Agreed.
The cost is this.
Yeah.
There's a huge cost difference, but there's also a huge value increase. So I think understanding that could be helpful.
I think what you have to, and you might be hitting on something. So for example, there is a correlation. When we have a surplus of teachers and our staffing, let's say we have 400 teacher vacancies, we're probably bringing in newer teachers that are going out, right? The ones that are going out are probably higher than newer. But now we're at a point now that we're doing such a good job with our strategic plan that we don't have as many teachers leaving. So that means we have more veteran teachers going up and we have less newer teachers coming in. So that number probably is increasing. It's probably costing us more to do that than it did 3 years ago.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, so we need to know that.
And we can present that in the budget as it comes, so you understand the impact of those grades and steps and how much of that is concentrated in the staff that are junior versus the staff that are more experienced, so you can get a little bit better viewpoint on that.
Mr. Grabowski, if you're looking for an actual number, we usually list that in the budget when it comes to you. Last year, for example, we had TRS rate increase, that was 3.4 million in addition on the budget. State health insurance increase was 8.4 million, and personnel step increase is 4.2 million. Now, we expect again that we're going to see state health and benefit plan, and there could be some TRS impact too. And the step increases are required by state law for teachers, but the board and this administration has always agreed that everyone will get a step. So that increases the value of that. But again, that's something that is a value added for working in Savannah-Chatham County Public Schools that is, that goes into the budget. In some ways, you could say that is also a baseline experience of the budget. But it comes with that dollar figure, and it's to the tune of 4.2 million, which was adopted in this year's budget. And remember, this year's budget also reflects, as Mr. Ray stated, the work that we did on the compensation study. So that was a big budget impact in this FY26 budget, which, yes, we're going to carry forward where those numbers are, but you're not going to see that one-time influence of a number on the budget line like you did last year. So as we look at this, it's very hard to see, when you say baseline, what does that really, really mean? Because it goes beyond just saying one nurse at every school, or that we're going to have an SSO and an SRO at every single school. There's other things like this, like the step increases that you can't ignore, that are big ticket items in our budget. Dr. Otto.
And we have to also consider mid-year advanced degrees. You know, so I'm not, yeah, it happens in the mid-year, you know, Dr. Stacy. You know, she recently, so I'm quite sure you have a salary, you have gotten a salary increase. If not, you will be, and that's not really accounted for because you all don't really know who's, you know, in college and when will they graduate to receive those advanced degrees. So that's something else to consider as far as the budget.
Mr. Ketchmark.
We know what those costs have been every year, going back to 18 whatever. We know on average, it's a 3% increase, and we've actually done some of that in the documents we had earlier.
Last meeting.
Yeah, you had some estimates, right?
It was
So
like a
that's
21% increase, but 4% of that was increase in staff, most of that was increase in pay.
right, but we know, we can look back the last 5 years of step increases and say, assuming nothing changes, it's typically a 4.1%. So you just build that into next year's budget when we start planning. You add everything up, 8.5% on average increase, and you start there, and then you fine tune in May.
That's what you mean when you say the budget in the past is really the baseline. That's, I'm assuming that's what you mean.
That, but also policy choices have been made.
Sure, yes, right.
The board in place that year that voted on that budget, but 7 years in a row, the board approved,
Carried it over.
insisted on a nurse in every school. That's a policy decision.
So I think, as I think about how we need to present this, I think we need to present what is mandatory versus what is baseline. Baseline to me would be some of the things that you just lifted up. They're baseline because the board has said through policy and previous budget investments that this is a baseline. But mandatory means, which means you can also choose not to have that as a baseline anymore. You still have choices in the baseline. What you don't have a choice though is in the mandatory.
So there's mandatory first
And then baseline. That's the in-between you were talking about.
You could call it district standard or something.
Right.
And
Right.
Baseline
Right.
says that you can't go below it.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we were to present it with like the mandatory,
Then-
then the district baseline, and then the standard, that would be helpful. I think it would cover some of the conversation we had
Yes.
earlier today as well.
Yes,
So when
yes,
we
yes.
bring something to you next month, we can kind of summarize it that way to help kind of inform the conversations. We don't need to spend a lot of time on the mandatory.
No, 'cause you have to
We
do
spend
this.
some time on the baseline, make sure we're aligned, and spend most time on.
Strategic investments.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And to me, that the jump from the baseline to the strategic investments, that's the piece we're really talking about. Because
Right.
then we talk about, are we gonna be able to make that jump using the budget our
Right.
projected
Yes.
revenue? Or can we,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
where you've got that spectrum.
So it'd be good too if the board had a if-then scenario, which I think would help the superintendent greatly, because our challenge that we get to is, we say we're gonna have a budget that does this, and it's gonna cost this. And then we don't know what the revenue is from the tax digest until mid to late May. And then you get into that very unique position where if property values are so much higher and you get a lot of pressure on rollback, and if you were to do a full rollback, how much that really cuts all those things that we want to accomplish and what that budget stands for. So then you get that, well, where is our position on the true funding of all of these things that we want? And then it's a funneling effect. And then you hit that hard funnel at a very short window of adopting that budget in June. So we've talked about, if we brought budgets to the board to say, this is an if-then scenario. So if it was this budget and the anticipated tax digest came in at this, what would the board's feeling be as far as adopting a millage rate? So then you start getting into those scenarios where we have a better feeling of where we're going to be when we're truly in June and have an idea of saying, if the revenue's at this level, we know we can accomplish all of these things. If it's not, we know where we need to start funneling down and not bringing things within this budget. It's difficult to do when you don't have that true prediction of revenue until late May.
But that's why the forecasting tool would have been better to
Exactly.
introduce then, later.
So we've had a lot of discussions on that experience from the Finance Committee, because as soon as we put millage rate up there,
Everybody
the
lost
focus was just on the number, not the experience of the flex of the tool to go through that, the drill
The if-then.
of the if-then and how you could land. And that's what we were trying to accomplish that day, and probably a little
The
early.
timing was off, but
Timing was off.
I'm gonna own that.
I think it's less about what the millage rate is and more about that we need to put in plain language, simple wording, what we think we need before we even know how much revenue we're gonna get. We care how much revenue can come in because we need that, because that's our only income.
That's April. We're gonna
Right.
say
And
what
that's
we
what the
need.
process is
But
designed
we
to do.
don't, right, so I think it's more that if we want a full rollback, that's just because we've expressed a budget that is, this is what we need.
Right.
And if that means you can fully roll it back, great. If you can't, then no one should be upset because the board was very clear on,
Yeah.
this is what we needed
Right.
in our budget. We know what we needed because we took the time to go through and say, this is how much it'll cost to educate, baseline, all the things we just said. So I don't know that it's so much the millage as we just have never really been clear from the front end with what it is we need and then set the millage rate
Right.
to that need.
And that's our intent.
now
I
I'm
think,
starting to get
you know,
some
it's,
line
maybe we haven't been as clear as we could be on that, but our intent here is to build all the pieces needed on the expenditure side of like, what are the things that serve the district strategy, the things that serve the students, and then learn what our revenue will be or will likely be, understand the impact of the changes in tax law, right? And think about how that looks over the future years, but mainly be in a position to say, we got this tax digest today, we know exactly what that converts into, how that carries out into future years, and yes, we can do everything on the list, or you express that these are not the highest priority things that we need to do that are not, you know, mandated. Those are the things that we discuss, adjusting, reducing, removing at the end when we realize we don't have enough revenue. And so that's kind of what we're trying to get to through this incremental process. So April will be focused on expenditures. May is when we start getting more clarity on the revenue. And then those things come together in those May meetings to help you make those decisions. So
We
just
got one more slide.
Well, yeah, one last thing we want to cover, and we can be very fast on this because I think we've already hit a lot of these. We just want to talk to you about what might feel or look different than it has in the past and what we're trying to change in the process.
This is a very important slide, by the way, because this is the right sizing conversation that we have to have.
And we have kind of alluded to a few of these things earlier throughout the conversation, but essentially, we really wanted to identify 4 key historical budgeting challenges and explain to you all what we're going to be doing differently in the future, and then what we anticipate those outcomes will be from changes that we're making to those processes. And so the very first thing we noticed is that there was a historical sort of misalignment between what an expected, expenditure level was relative to what money was actually requested within the budget. And so, I know overtime is another row in this chart, but that's kind of a good example, right? Is, in certain places we may have budgeted a certain amount for overtime, but the district was still incurring cost of more overtime than was initially budgeted. And so the idea is that we're going to really try our best to align our budget requests with what we expect the expenditures to be in that given fiscal year. And so, there may be certain categories of costs where you see, jumps or increases, but really what we're trying to do is make sure our budget request is more transparent and we have the ability to be more accountable about the funds that we're spending. So I know we lost the screen here. Oh, you got, okay, sweet. And so really the idea there is we want to improve like our accuracy of our budget, our transparency, and then really give accountability to folks to maintain, manage to their own budgets. The next area we talked about was sort of capital planning and really adjusting our process so that any capital upgrades or capital investments we're attempting to do are going to be accounted for early on in the budget process rather than relying on maybe savings that we're seeing in other areas or maybe from vacancies to cover costs of those things. So, a good example of this that I think Mike mentioned earlier was sometimes the district may use vacancy savings to purchase new vehicles. We really want to get ahead of that and make sure we're planning for those vehicle purchases in the budget process. And then what that really kind of allows you all to do is really have those vacancy savings to be spent on things that are in alignment with your strategic priorities or whatever investments that you all as a board have agreed upon are the most important things for the district, as opposed to being swept up and used for other costs that may not have necessarily been in alignment with your vision for the current fiscal year. The last bucket is sort of the idea of the non-departmental or district-wide spending category. And so historically, there's been a separate sort of like department titled non-departmental or district-wide, which really encompassed a lot of costs, a lot of programs that benefited the entire district, but were not necessarily managed by a specific chief or a specific department. And the challenge of what that was, it's kind of that thing, if everybody's responsible for it, then really nobody's responsible for it, nobody's monitoring it. And so what we wanted to do is reallocate those costs from the non-departmental group into specific departments to have more clear ownership, clear levels of accountability, transparency, and we know okay, you're managing this line item, how much have you spent relative to what you've been allocated, and every single line item has an owner, has someone accountable for it, and so this is going to give you sort of more transparency. It'll give you better forecasting abilities. It'll help with planning in the future, so you actually know what we may spend in certain categories, as opposed to having sort of all this money out in the gray that so-and-so may or may not have been managing, and we didn't have good tracking and monitoring over it in the past. And so, this slide is not meant to be an exhaustive list of everything, but these are some of the really big sort of key categories and buckets of challenges that we found, and that we're changing in this process. And we, want to be clear about, why you may be seeing some of these large swings in certain categories of expenditures when you see the budget in a few weeks. Any questions, comments, concerns here?
So would this require additional chargebacks between departments if, like, just from a budgeting? So it's like if one area has primary responsibility for that budget, but another department uses, like, would they charge?
So about 2 weeks ago, we spent time putting it in the right department.
Okay.
So, for example, something lived in the gray because it was being paid for out of like vacancy savings or some other methodology, non-departmental, I think is what we called it. We actually assigned it to a department.
Right.
So what that's going to look like if somebody were to pull any Megan's, Ms. Davidson's operations budget, it's going to look like her budget is larger than it's been in the past, because now it's no longer sitting over here in this hidden place. It's in the right place. HR's budget would look a little bit bigger. In the past, it's sat in non-departmental, but now it's in the right place. But the bottom line spending doesn't change.
And we'll map that so you can see like where it was before, because we always want you to be able to compare it to the last budget that you approved. The last budget like considered a lot of things like non-departmental that you'll see with ownership, and so all of the chiefs that are here are going to be owning new things and be responsible to answering questions that you have about things in their budget if needed, because previously they were considered non-departmental, and there's sort of a public good problem in terms of like, oh, who owns that, who oversees it? And so we want to solve that problem. This year we'll do a mapping, and then going forward it'll just be presented as department budgets.
Ms. Hall?
Dr. Watts, I've been wondering, in terms of your chiefs coming to you and saying, this is what I think my department needs, has there been an alignment in your ideas mainly so that you're not saying no, 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 yes, no, or have all of your meetings with them kind of brought you to a consensus yourselves so that what they bring to you and they say, this is our best, you're not having to swat down because of things we as the board have said?
Well, I'm gonna let one or two of them answer, and then I'll tell you my thoughts. But I mean, I can tell you what I think I've done or we've done, but whether that has been done, I don't know. So. I do know that sitting, like, even in these meetings, I am texting them saying, are you all listening to this? So when I say this XYZ has to happen, it doesn't seem like I'm saying no or yes. It's coming from the governance.
Okay. And that's why I'm, just to my colleagues, what we say is so important, because if we're putting these mandates down and we're not going to vote for this or we're not going to vote for that unless this, unless that, we need to know that there's some syncrasy between the chiefs and the superintendent and us. And
Okay, so let me do a couple of cold calls here.
Okay.
Who comes first?
And if they can feel free to speak.
Unless somebody'd like to volunteer their response about what your experience has been as a chief. And if you don't, then I'm going to do a cold call.
All right, so this was definitely a different process this year. So what we did is I worked with my individual leaders in my department, I'm echoing, sorry, to bring forth their correct budget request. And then I scrutinized those to say, hold on, do we really need this? Or can we wait on this? Are we going to do it this year? And then we brought forth our request. We got together as a cabinet to have very high-level conversations. We didn't get down into the details, and to make sure that as a collective group, we all understood what are our big rocks or our big priorities that we decided we're going to put forth, and we understood there would be choices and trade-offs. So if Megan is putting forth a request for X, then there may not be funding for something else this year, so we're going to have to pause. And that means that we all have to understand that as a district, right? Because there's only so much money. Then we submitted our request through A&M. I think I got to know A&M and John very well. So we've had multiple meetings where they came back and asked a lot of questions. But remember, in our request, there's a lot of data that went into it. Not only what was the current budget spent, what our request was, but we had to justify. So I had to justify how many oil changes am I gonna have on each vehicle? What's the anticipated tire expense? How many vehicles are gonna break, right? I mean, it was a lot of details that went into the request. Then after multiple times, A&M came back, and after meeting with Dr. Watson, they said, hey, can you go back and relook at this? We want to push you a little bit on this to see if that's, because maybe what I'm asking for is significantly different than what I had in the past, or maybe I haven't spent that much. So then we had an opportunity to go back and to provide additional information, justification, but there hasn't been a big red pen that has been marked through by Dr. Watts. It's been a collective effort. I will say it is a positive push, right? Because we all have our visions of what we would like. And if we were queen or king of the day, the money that would come with that, but we also understand we're a collective district. And so if Mr. Butler needs something, if we need to fund more tutoring, then ultimately we got to have a pool from somewhere else. If fuel prices are going up, we got to have a pool from another area. Or we got to come to the board and say, hey, we're going to need more funding.
So is it a tier structure where Mr. Butler kind of is king since he's academics? So he kind of rules the day before maintenance and capital projects or technology, or is it pretty even, Stephen?
So I would say Mr. Butler is always king of the day.
Okay.
So, but I do believe that we are fair and collective, and it hasn't been that operations or technology or another area, because as A&M mentioned, a lot of my expenses are fixed. I don't have a choice when it comes to the utility costs. I just have to give my best guess analysis of, hey, this is what I think the cost is gonna go up. We can't tell Georgia Power we're not gonna pay the bill, right? So I've felt it's been very fair. I don't know if Chief Robinson or another chief would like to elaborate.
I'll elaborate first. I think for me it was. I mean, I've been in the role for a while as far as being able to do the budget, but to have to go through a zero-based budgeting process or a process where we're starting, from looking at everything intently, was different. It allowed me actually to bring in my staff. I had my whole team in, which was different because if you watch my budgets, we usually spend 95, 96%. So what's there, right? But to engage the full staff in that 96% was eye-opening and eye-opening for them because many of them came with ideas that I didn't even think about as we were going through it. Maybe we need to lower this. This is some of the things that we could be doing if we were to combine these two type things. So that was something that was, I think, an opportunity that I wouldn't have had as far as being able to do it. All these years I never had the opportunity to bring them in. So, and now we have those discussions. Now we're in the hallway talking, and there's these conversations about the budget that we never had before. So I think that was something that I take from this, and certainly my team takes from it as well. In the non-departmental, we had a lot of control in the non-departmental as far as items in there. We had the retention bonuses, the signing bonuses. There were flexible spending. There's other type things that were in there, but I never had control of them. They were just an item in non-departmental. And so the board approved in 2016 this amount of money for signing bonus when we did the first compensation plan for 5 years. And I'd always ask, well, where is that $1 million? No one could tell me where the $1 million was. Well, I found the $1 million, right? It's by getting the non-departmental, because what happened is when it was divided, it was divided into 365 in one count, 366 in another count, and $366,000 in another count. So we were using some of it, and randomly we would pull account numbers, and we may use this one this year, and then this one this year, and next year, but we didn't have it all together. So now it's all together where I'll be able to see it and be able to hopefully, what are we actually spending from this, and be able to give back to the district and give back to academics funds that we were not using, that were just sitting there and randomly being pulled, because we could see in the past somebody used it, but it wasn't us, right? But I'm not saying it's non-departmental, so they were just, if there was a need, they would just pull from it. That is now a little bit more control. And something that the superintendent supported was that superintendent's still going to maintain control of those accounts that came over from non-departmental because it has a certain number. So we still won't have the ability to just move it out, but we'll know it's used for that purpose. If it's not used for that purpose, then we can go back to the superintendent as to what the justification is to do something different with it, or again, have it go into something, one of the strategic priorities that we really need to do on the academics, on the school side to kind of support that effort as well.
It has been a high level of rigor. I'm surprised some of them are still standing. But there will be one more pass, and I will make the final pass because they've all done a good job. But I have to see where that end number is going to come to, and if I believe that is the number that I want to present to you all. And so that's why this discussion has been important today and getting to these principles, because there will be one more pass, and they will likely have a little less voice in the final pass.
Are the chiefs still going around or no?
They can. Anybody else want to chime in?
And I think I want to answer the question in 3 points.
And he's new.
One is I think that this process has forced us to, maybe I shouldn't say forced, but it has forced good collaboration amongst the chiefs, so that we understanding that so much of what we do is interconnected, And I believe that that preached message is getting through. Point number two is I believe the process has helped my own team because I see the enthusiasm of their voice being at the table to share their points of view, what they see in their respective areas, and it's been refreshing to see that process develop. And I think my third point, I want to say this. I think we've done due diligence pulling from the big rocks that we received. And I want to say, I believe strongly that our process will not be swatted because we've done our due diligence. So.
He said keep the cap on the red pen. He said keep
the cap on the red pen. Don't come for my budget, because I'm good.
Cap stays on the red pen.
They've been amazing, and have all the things that have been said are 100% true. And it has, while it has been messy, and I've had to remind all of them that I realize how hard this is. I mean, these 3 months from basically March until June, I don't sleep because this is all I'm thinking about. But if we can get through this year, get some of these principles decided, subsequent years will make this so much easier. So we're no lotus, no muck. You don't get to the flower unless you go through the muck. And so I'm willing to sacrifice, and the team has been willing to sacrifice the muck to get to the lotus.
Dr. Brinkman.
Just because I'm hearing the whispers. I just wanted to thank all the chiefs on behalf of the board, especially, this is the first time we've heard chiefs talk about being in the weeds. I know that we, as a board, have made Mr. Ramon bring his whole team in over the weekend to figure out how to do some things. Yeah. You missed Ramon today. Yeah, you missed Ramon today. Yep, but to know that due diligence, that y'all feel that it is that deep and that you've put that much effort into it is going to make it I guess for myself, an easier process to fully understand that it has been looked at.
Yeah, they've seen of it.
And yeah, a couple stomachs ruminated. So thank you so much for that moving forward. I'm glad, again, we're having the difficult conversations months before we normally do. Usually this conversation is like 5:30 and the vote's at 6:15. And then I think it got glossed over earlier when it was mentioned that we've already found $6 million in overpayments for healthcare premiums. So if we rewind back to when we spent a bunch of money to bring Alvarez and Marcel into the fold, I wishfully said, I hope they'll find money to pay for themselves. So they have paid for themselves and more. So good job there. Keep working, but it feels a lot better knowing we spent that money and it's already been found plus more, and we're building a structure that we know, like it's been said multiple times a day, is only going to get better with every year. Because right now that we jumped on the treadmill and it was already 7 miles per hour, and we're all trying to keep up. So thank you to everybody. As finance chair, thank you. It takes all 8 of us. We'll have 9 by the time we got to vote. So thank you. Good conversation. I don't know if anybody else has any comments, but thanks.
Well, thank you. I would be remiss not to point out Ms. Roslyn and Ms. Lamadis, and all of their help has been critical to doing this work, and their teams have been incredibly patient and helpful in all of this, so thank you.
Okay.
Find that other council.
That does conclude the agenda for today. We had a 45-minute buffer built in, but as you can see, we used the buffer, which is why I didn't build in a third topic. I would just like to go around the room and get a final thought. Where do you feel like we're headed in the right direction? You heard two important presentations today. One on our roadmap to the future, and one on how we will fund the process to get there. As you leave today, what are you experiencing? Where are we headed in the right direction? And I think I've captured all your questions that you've asked today. So just love to get some affirmation before we walk out. And then, of course, I'll defer to Mr. Moss if he has any closing comments. So.
I would just like to say that I will be trying to spend the next 2 months trying to really build consensus among our board members so that this process runs very smoothly come June. I see myself on kind of one side of things in terms of little things, but in terms of the overall arching vision, I think that all of us are already pretty much in consensus, and that is in the value of giving our students everything that we can to make their lives successful. So if we start there, I really don't think that we're going to have a big problem with consensus come June.
And I should mention, you will be getting polled in the next day or two if you haven't already. I do want to try to plan a workshop in April, because I don't think we'll be able to present all the things that we said are coming. There's not enough time if we just have a finance committee meeting to present all of those things. So there's going to have to be another full board engagement, a financial workshop, and then we can do some small groups in May.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Thank you for your presentations. Today was amazing. I'm excited about the future. I am grateful for the term that we kept using, consistency. I believe that if we can achieve consistency and communication, I think that the endless possibilities lie for us. I would just like to see, and I want to, lean in on this comment one more time. I would just like to see a strong timeline that we could actually achieve. Don't give a timeline that is aggressive. Give one that's realistic, and let us lean into it knowing where we're going. Don't give me what sounds good, but give me what is going to be realistic.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you.
Mr. Kachmar?
I appreciate the increased rigor on everything.
Anybody else?
I really like Mr. Kachmar's brevity.
Everybody was like, is that a comma or a period?
Yes. No, I am, staff, thank you so much. I know this has been a lot of hard work that you guys have done, and I can't thank you enough.
I'll say I'm very excited about the strategic plan. I think that's something that I know that there have been conversations for, like, well, with our next strategic plan, we're going to do this.
Yes,
So I'm
I'm
excited
ready.
to be at that point. I'm also grateful for the framework for the budget, and just seeing the way that even the framework is being presented. I have confidence that as we get into the numbers, that the way the numbers will be presented will also be easier to follow. So I'm excited to see this positive trajectory on both. Thanks.
I agree with Reverend on the consistency and the rigor, as Sean said. And one thing, as someone who typically thinks maybe a little differently than other people on the board, I did want to say thank you to all of the chiefs and the super, and I appreciate that you guys have to come to meetings like this and fill us in when you could be working and doing the things that then you share with us at a meeting every month and then some, because of committees and all of that it doesn't go unappreciated. And this was very good today. I look forward to tomorrow even more.
Ms. Hall? Doug Howard?
Howard, oh, not Howard, that's Howard. The right level of accountability. That's just pretty much in a nutshell, the right level. Dr. Barnes opened up and he said something, I jotted it down. What is tight and what is loose. That's the crux of the entire strategic plan and this retreat, to discuss what is tight and what is loose. And it makes me want to go back and read the book, Who Moved My Cheese?
Everything's already been said, but it felt like a Team 21 today. That's how many of us are sitting around this horseshoe. And from Mr. Ray's comments on like talking to chiefs together in the budgeting process, seems like there's more of a cohesive, everybody is working together, moving everything in the same direction, both on the strategic plan and on the budget, and that just feels good. And we all know I'm touchy-feely. And I've been corrected. Finance found the 6 million, so y'all are still on the hook for 1.5, sorry. So, okay, yeah? Okay, so get on that. So, yeah.
Mr. Moss, do you want to close us out, all the way out?
Okay, so, everyone, let's, we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Is it 8?
8. It's 8. No, it's 8.
We start at 9.
That's, you know, that's why I was saying 8, so they'd be here.
We got we got shrimp and grits and biscuits and gravy.
All right, everyone have a good evening. Get some rest.